We are. Again, chat along. If you have any questions or comments, feel free to throw them up on the screen. I'm going to try to arrange my windows here so I can see everything properly. There we go. Okay, apparently we were not live. It's supposed to go live automatically, but it did not. And I apologize for that. So I've screwed up the audio. I've screwed up my microphone. Now I've screwed up going live. I've screwed up everything, so this should go swimmingly. Uh, so I've got HBO Max up here. I cannot put the window on the screen. Even if I tried, it won't capture it properly. I don't know why. But I'm not going to try to put the video up there because YouTube gods will slap me down. I'll get copyright strikes all over. I will have a little bit of audio going so you can hear that. And then if you want to join me, if you want to actually talk with me, you can look for Drunken Yoda on Skype. I'll be there. And I'll put you on with me and we can make fun or enjoy or applaud or whatever is right or wrong with this movie together. Otherwise, you guys throw your comments in the live chat on YouTube, and I will definitely answer them. So I have it queued up here at 0000 on my HBO Max, and when I say to hit play, you hit play with me, and then it'll be like a running commentary. So I'll give you a few seconds, and of course, there is a little bit of a delay here when you're doing it live, so do the best you can. I figure there's probably about a 20-second delay. So I'm going to hit play in a few minutes, in a minute or so. And you might skip ahead to like 20 seconds ahead, and I think they should just about sync up. So I'm hitting play at 0000. You hit play at 20 seconds, and I think we'll be close, so then you can adjust as we go along. So we have 2 or 3 people watching. I think we had 5 at one point. We got a few playbacks, so awesome. The audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended. Well, whatever. You should be fine now. You probably because you weren't getting any, like myself. So. All that being said and done, if you guys are ready, I will go ahead and get started, and we'll kick off this 4-hour journey of excess and indulgence. Are you ready to go? I am hitting play now. And the first thing I see is it's presented in 4:3. That seems silly. Let me know if you guys can hear it okay. I'm hearing plenty of it in my earphones, but I've turned down the desktop audio quite a bit. I don't want it to overdo my microphone. Oh, you're going to make me do this full screen? Oh, no, there you go. Okay, Warner Brothers. Now we see the Access Entertainment. And, I got to give it to... If nothing else, I got to give it to Zach Snyder and the fans for making this happen. I recall having to watch Superman 2 after the insane nonsense that was the Salkinds and the Richard Donner fallout. And it took 20, almost 30 years, really, to get the Richard Donner cut, such as it was, available for us to watch. This only took 3. So, pretty good. So, if I recall, the original one started with a lot of people fighting on the streets and everything. This looks like it's picking up right after Batman v Superman. We're already retconning by putting out concentric circles from his yelling. So, this movie would be like 3 hours long if he would just stop doing the slow-mo. Green lights, lasers, flashes, Wonder Woman. Gal Gadot is one of those ridiculously beautiful women that I'm pretty sure that if I got next to her, I'd just start crumbling to dust. Batfleck. Hello, Batfleck. So, okay. We got more concentric circles, falls down. And now we follow a Zach Snyder film. You know, the original one actually said a Zach Snyder film. Even Joss Whedon didn't want to put his own name on it. The truth is, and I did see this beforehand, so I'll be gabbing along, but I got to admit that I was expecting a different movie. I don't know how different. I was expecting a different movie, and I was kind of surprised when I watched the whole thing. I was like, this is basically the same movie. Held together better and everything, but the plot beats are almost exactly the same. It's all in the details, and the details do matter. For a quick review here, I'll just say, of the 3 Zack Snyder films, this one is the best. I like it better than Man of Steel. I definitely like it better than Batman v Superman. So I'll give him that. Ray Fisher. Ray, I'll probably never work again, Fisher. I don't know if he's gotten any more going on. I mean, he really ran his mouth, and I don't blame him. I mean, Whedon is a piece of shit. But does that mean anybody's going to work with him if they know that if they're mean to him, he's going to run his mouth? I mean, I kind of give him props for doing that because it's very clear he may never work again. Okay, so we see a little bit of Lex Luthor. I think that was in the Batman v Superman, or at least versions of it. I bet that's cuts from it. And now we're going to Aqua City, Atlantis. Or a small side. Oh, okay, this must be where they have the mother box. All right, so they put the mother box up here. I forget. It was such a long movie. Is everybody hearing everything okay? You guys, just let me know if there's any problems with the audio. You're getting your phone's vibrating. You're getting a call. Well, her hair is not nearly as red as it was in Aquaman, is it? Okay, the music choices here are almost parody. And every time they have the slow-mo with Wonder Woman and then the woman, I think of Tropic Thunder, where they were doing the supposedly very dramatic Vietnam film, and Stiller gets killed and his hands get blown off, and they're doing it all in slow-mo, and you hear that's what I think of every time. Okay, how many of these women were in here? They all just sit here every day? Because it wasn't cracked before. Like, I can understand if she had like a couple of guards in there all the time, because it is an important thing, keeping an eye on it. And then it cracked open, and then she said, oh, you better alert the queen. And then we go, and then you encircle the thing and keep watch on it. But this makes it look like they're there all the time. That makes no sense. I mean, I guess if you're really anal about it, maybe the queen's she knows how powerful it is. Maybe she's been doing this for 5,000 years. And here's my other question. Okay, so I don't understand cracked open. I don't understand why, if this thing has been here for at least 5,000 years, we're going to assume actually probably more than that, because it was before Diana was born, and they mentioned that she's 5,000 years old or somewhere around in there. But we're going to assume, 10,000 years. Superman's only been on Earth for like 30, I mean, and he wasn't Superman for much of that. He was wandering around with a depression beard, saving guys from oil rigs. And I I don't know why the mother boxes waited so long to wake up. I understand that this is the inciting event, and that's better than. It seems like a good time to do it. They kind of mentioned it in the original Justice League. I did watch Batman v Superman and the original Justice League before I watched this because I wanted to be, have it all fresh in my mind. But I think that the actual, moment, like energy being released, and then the one of the mother boxes, cracks open and starts calling, that at least feels a little bit more in line with all this. Christopher Nolan. So he's an executive producer, and I think there was a question on whether or not how much involvement did he have on this. Like, if you see executive producer, that just means you get paid and you get some money. It doesn't necessarily mean that you've had any involvement whatsoever. It's just that you have some sort of legal control over the property. I mean, you might be in there doing all kinds of stuff. It shows Ben Affleck's an executive producer. It just means he gets another kickback besides his actor salary. But the producer, he's the guy doing the thing. The executive producer, people are just cashing in on it most of the time. So don't assume that if you see, executive producer Steven Spielberg that he had anything to do with it. Or Christopher Nolan or whoever. So I'm assuming this is Ben Affleck based on So he comes across this giant mountainous pass. There's a storm. Okay. Tough to get to this village. I get it. My daughter is bringing me food because I got up late and I didn't want to try to make myself something. So I'll be eating later. Part 1. Don't count on it, Batman. Bruce Wayne. What is this, Robert Wool? Storms grounded choppers for 6 days. Where'd he come from? He said he climbed over the mountain. Why didn't he just wait till the storm was done and then take his chopper? It would have given him a lot more credibility. So I do like that they didn't start this with the Batman and the random parademon that just shows up. I know he used the burglar's fear as bait, but I think the whole fear thing is just completely cut out of this, which I'm glad. But I think he's just like, look, I know shit's happening. I need to get started on this. I'm not messing around. So that's good. There are enemies coming. Yeah, I do admit, at least for continuity's sake, that I like the photography better. I like the color grading better. I'm not a fan of the 4x3. I feel like this is I don't know. I feel like this is some sort of it's like those guys. Oh God, why? I'm getting so old. I can't remember anything anymore. What are those assholes that always want to get old stuff, and they always want to, the old stuff is always better. They got to listen to things on vinyl and stuff, But whatever they're called, the 4x3 feels like that to me. It feels like that. It's like we went to widescreen for a reason. And it's, movies have always been better with a panoramic view. And everybody now has widescreen. So now I have to have black bars on the side. You carry around a lot of cash, do you there, Bruce? Oh, good. No, I hear you can talk to fish. Yes, Gotham is a shithole. As you're walking around one of the worst looking villages I've ever seen. Okay, see if you guys notice that he is constantly taking off shirts and leaving them someplace. But then he'll end up someplace else and he'll have a shirt, which he'll then throw off again. It's like, where's he getting all his shirts? Why is he leaving all his shirts? Why is he bothering to even put on a shirt? He's getting into ice cold water there, so obviously the cold doesn't bother him. Oh, okay. So we're going to keep yelling his secret identity out to everybody. I've noticed that, between Marvel and this and in general, that the whole secret identity thing is kind of nobody gives a shit anymore for whatever reason. They don't use it that much. The last Spider-Man did. They kind of hung on to it, then it got released to the public. So, but I have a feeling they're going to do a lot of hand waving at the end of that. I because everybody knew who Tony Stark was. Everybody knew who everybody was. They didn't give a shit. Okay, I'm not a fan of this singing. What? Why are they doing that? I mean, okay, they're grateful to him. He brings them stuff, whatever. She's sniffing his sweater. It's not at all creepy. Zack Snyder's use of music, it's so cringy to me. I don't like it. I don't think he knows what he's doing. It's either too on the nose or it's film school. It's film school to me. Okay, so Martha, she's got a U-Haul. She's visiting Jonathan's. Good. Visual. Now I see everything I need to know. Clearly, she wouldn't leave the farm unless she had to. And the fact she's visiting graves, sad. Good. I actually kind of, and she's visiting Clark's grave too. I said Jonathan. It's Clark Joseph Kent. Is that canon? Joseph? Is Joseph his middle name? I honestly, I don't think I've ever known that. Just in case you didn't know, for sale, bank owned. And I'll get to the end of this, but when they left in the part, he says, how'd you get the house back from the bank? He says, I bought the bank. You don't need to buy the bank. You can buy the house. They'll sell it to you. The bank has no interest in being in the real estate market. Any property they get from foreclosure, they want to get rid of it as soon as possible because they know it's not in top. They don't want it. So you didn't need, it wasn't like the bank was saying, no, we're going to hold on to this farm because we want it. He would have bought it for a lot cheaper than buying a bank. I get it's a throwaway joke, but it's one of those that's still stupid. So Batman comes back to a plane, which I kind of like. This is one of the examples of where there's more, there's better flow and continuity from one moment to the next. The other just took forever, and would just cut. Yes, Matt, his music choices are poo. I detest that new Wonder Woman music every time she shows her face. I agree wholeheartedly. Oh, and just in case you didn't know that Lois was sad, it's raining. It's raining very, very hard. And more slow motion. Yeah, the papers hit. You got to have that bass thump. I mean, it's just so... I mean, guys, yes, it's better than the Whedon cut. It is. But it's still full of Zack Snyder weirdness. Just these over the top. It's so pretentious. It is. It's pretentious, but it's pretentious in a really amateur, redneck, hillbilly way. And she gives the cop a latte. Now, I will admit, I do like that there's a setup here. That it wasn't Batman that brought her there. She visits this all the time, and that pays off later. So, again, I'm going to try to say what's good is good and what's bad is bad. But, yeah. I think they could have cleaned that up a little, but I guess... I'm not clear on how long it's been since the battle here. I'm going to guess a year or two, I think. But they didn't clean that up or redo it. And I probably would have said that's bizarre. Why wouldn't they do something with it? But after watching how long it took them to do anything with the World Trade Center and them arguing and fighting over it as long as they did, now I'm going like, yeah, it's probably true. Oh, okay, yeah. Now we're into the Wonder Woman scene. So, I mean, they came in here pretty quiet. And I still don't know. Was she standing on the statue the entire time? Just waiting for them? Was she, she didn't seem to know much about what they were doing. She had to ask the guy. I don't know. I mean, the scene itself works a lot better. It's not so chopped up. And that's the one thing I think is the best part about this movie is we want to crap on Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon is a garbage human. I mean, I think he's not like Harvey Weinstein or, some of these people, but he's not. He's just a creep. He's not a legal creep, although some of what they were talking about with Michelle Trachtenberg, that she couldn't be alone with him back when she was still a teenager. I don't know. I mean, he definitely is crossing a line. But he just sounds like a phony to me. Now, that being said, I think the two Avengers movies, and especially Age of Ultron, I think is very underrated. The first Avengers movie is kind of... I like it still, but it's kind of... with the rest of the MCU now laid out, it feels very simplistic. But I chalk that up to a lot of the Phase 1 stuff. It's still held together pretty well. But I think Age of Ultron is very underrated, and I like it as a movie. I think it's good. So when Joss was given this, I don't think it's fair because it wasn't really a Joss Whedon movie. It's a Joss Whedon trying to patch together, obviously, what Zach Snyder had already filmed. And yeah, he did have to film a couple of things, most notably the mustache gate and the stupid... I'm glad they didn't have that home video at the beginning with the two kids and the blog and all that. Oh, that music. God. It is so bad. That is so bad. It is almost comically like a parody. But anyway, that's what I would say is that we do that up there. Hold on just a second. So they do pick the spots, don't they? I gotta admit, every time I see it, I do love how they did the lasso. It works. I like that it's much more than just a rope. It does, it's magical, so it does a lot of different things. And it glows when it's turned on and things like that. I dig it. You're too late. The countdown's already begun. Oh, ooh, is that foreshadowing? So 29, 28. By the way, I counted that. That was way more than 30 seconds. Way more than 30 seconds. It's another one of those timers that only runs when the camera's on it. Oh, that music. God, it's just awful. Stop. That is ear bleeding. 12 seconds. Okay. Okay, now I do like the Wonder Woman theme. I do like it. It's good. And this really does a better job of showcasing her powers. Thank you, my dear. Did you eat it all already?
Yeah. Hey, mine.
I like that it shows her much faster than they showed her, I think, in the Whedon cut. So I'm gonna eat during this because I have Sonic. The only company still ballsy enough to use styrofoam cups. Good for you, Sonic. Fuck the oceans. I want disposable cups that stay cold. Okay, so this asshole just decides. See, this is kind of a little bit. It's a little bit better. Kind of get a little bit more of what a piece of shit he is. Oh, music. They do it every time. They just overuse. They shouldn't use it at all. It's just terrible. And then the slow-mo. So that went way past her. How'd she get that? I mean, that's cool. That is pretty awesome. That really showcases her abilities much better. Whoa. Was that necessary? Okay, that was not necessary. Wonder Woman wouldn't do that. This is where I have problems with Zach Snyder. All his people are willing to kill, just at a drop of a hat. He was reloading. We've seen her speed. There's no reason she couldn't have grabbed the gun, snapped it in half, and threw him over in the corner. She could have done that. Instead, she blows out the side of this building, which looks kind of historic. The damage. It's... Oh, and here we have the kind of a girl power moment. You know what? This is fine. This is fine. This is cute. So, it's all right. Okay, I did like this better. This whole Amazon scene. So I listened to your boy Zach. I don't know if you guys listen to his YouTube channel. He's just basically just talks on his phone about comic book stuff. But that's all it took, and he got way more followers than I did, so I don't know what I'm doing wrong. But he said he really enjoyed this movie, which I was kind of surprised. And he said that he felt like there was a lot of sincerity in this from Zack Snyder. Whether you like Zack Snyder's taste, right or wrong, this is Zack Snyder, and this is as much as he could do to make it what he wanted. I think it's a lot of excess. But I do agree it's way better than the Snyder Cut. And I guess I could see that. I think that his excesses just undermine him. Like, he'll do some good things, and then he'll put in that stupid music. Or he'll overuse the slow-mo. Or he'll do and have them say something so silly. Wonder Woman looked great. Did a great job. And then she does, but then they do that music, and then she kills the guy. It's like somebody needs to say, let's just dial it back to 7. You're at a 9, dial it back to 7, and you'd be all right. And if he could do that, I think he'd make a much better movie. That's just how I see it. I mean, you know, I'm glad this exists. I'm glad it's out there. I'm glad it's a thing that we can use to compare to the original one. I don't think this is a lot of. I've seen some articles out there that says, "Oh my God, this is a horrible thing. This is just how are we going to do art with these people doing with toxic fans?" They're both there. If they want to put it out, and they want to try to please the audience for these movies, I don't see why that's a bad thing. Whether or not you think this is a success or failure, I'm glad it exists. I'm glad that it's out there, and I'm glad that the money was put in to do something that, I mean, are they going to get a whole bunch of HBO Max subscribers from this? They probably got a lot more from Wonder Woman 84, and that was terrible. That was much worse than this. In fact, the flaws in this are mostly the flaws I saw in the original Justice League. Things that just are not fixable. I do want to mention Mr. Steppenwolf here. He is so much better. So much better. His motivation is better. It's not, I'm evil. It's, I need to reclaim my place next to Darkseid. I have to redeem myself. So already, just with that, he becomes 1,000 times more interesting. 2, he never smiles in this. I don't know if you noticed that. He never smiles. He's all business. The Joss Whedon cut, he was smiling. He was, I'm so evil and I'm loving it. I'm not saying that can't be done well. Loki is great. But it was inappropriate for this tone and the movie that they were trying to make. So kudos to Zach for making a far better Steppenwolf than what we saw. Abs. Those Amazons, they got some abs. I always thought they got crushed here under the door, but when I look closely, they let it go. So I'm kind of glad about that. I'm glad there isn't crushed Amazons. Now, this is a big change. And this I liked a lot because I never felt like, okay, they're going to seal the doors. It's like, for one, the dude came in from the ceiling. So shutting the doors would do nothing. And 2, even if he didn't have to go back out to the ceiling, given his strength and everything, you'd figure that he would be able to get out of there pretty quickly. But instead, the ceiling of the doors actually sank the whole fucker into the sea. Okay, that's sensible. That's like, okay, yeah, I get it. You've murdered your Amazon sisters. Like when she shut it and they were all fighting, I mean, they all do that. They all fight. And many of them lose. That's normal for Amazons, whether they're inside the building or outside the building. Well, what she did was condemn them, and that's a big change that we just didn't have in the first movie. So I was like shocked when I saw that. I was like, oh, that is cool. That is a good choice, because now you're like, it didn't work, but the choice was sensible. The choice was sacrifice. The choice was something. I'll give him credit, and you know, I'm going to bring it up, and I hope I don't have to bring it up again. We've talked about how, you know, the women moments, like the woman moment in Endgame, is just fucking horrible. Especially since they fail, but it was put in there just as a woman moment. This never feels like they're trying to say some stupid political thing. They're saying they happen to be women, and they're making good choices. And especially in this movie, they're making better choices. I like how he's not just knocking the women off the horses. He's knocking the horses into a mountain. Fuck this horse. Fuck it. I hate this horse. I wonder if the no animals were harmed is at the end of this. I would assume, but if it's not, better do some investigation on Horse's side. Horsey side. I got a burger. Oh, I dig the armor too. I dig how it all stays in the armor. I dig that they almost have. You almost feel like they have a fighting chance here, even though he's throwing horses into other horses. That's fantastic. I'm sorry. That's great. At that point, I was in. Crushing the arrows. That's cool. I like that the armor is very functional. I like that a lot. Oh. Now, is it me? In both cuts, it looks like she fires straight into the ground. And somehow that arrow is up in the air. I'm sorry. It looks like she fires right into the ground. And yet it's way up there. That's just me nitpicking. That's just me being a douchebag. Oh. She couldn't have said incoming. She must have seen him. Well, that's what you get. Look at he's not relishing in this with his little speech. It's not a mustache twirling speech. You know, he almost seems like, I'm curious, why are you fighting? He's trying to understand a little bit. It's subtle, but I mean, and I never thought I would give Zach Snyder credit for subtlety, but it is a subtle difference that makes all the difference in the world on whether or not the villain is interesting or not. Or at least more interesting. I'm sorry, I'm going to eat during this, but we got 4 hours, guys, so I just hope you would do the same. I mean, we are... My God, we're already 36 minutes into this. And hardly anything's really happened yet. Oh, that music. That music was such a mistake. The ancient warning fire. Okay, part 2. The Age of Heroes. I do like... So they're still in the Russian city, but nobody lives there. I'm thinking this is... they named it. I know it's not Pripyat or whatever, but... I'm sure it's next to Chernobyl. Or that is Chernobyl, I'm not sure. Did he bring that with him, or... I mean, he acts like he's never been there before, but then they have that? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Fly, my pretties, fly! Fight in the ruby slippers. I mean the mother boxes. So now he's on the plane, you know, he's still traveling back, which is good. I mean, all this is good. Taking its time, filling in the connective tissue. Did you? True. I do wonder where Steppenwolf has been. Like, if it got woke up minutes after Superman died, but they're saying that he died 2 years ago. It sounds like. Sometime. It's I think in 2 years. We'll even say a year. But the Amazons were right up. You know, they were watching that thing wake up, and then he's had time to grow a big old beard to get to find Aquaman. So the times, it's all, it makes no sense to me. I'm not sure what's going on. I kept hoping that was Rudy Jones, but it wasn't. Oh, that's peculiar. You know, this clearly happened moments ago. You might... I'm amazed that this is one of those horror movie moments. Like, what are you doing? Get the fuck out of there. Somebody did that. You need to run. God, this arrow. Look, I don't have a problem with them lighting the arrow and all the way across, but Jesus, this takes like 45 minutes. I love how slow the arrow's going in relation to how far it actually travels. See, that music, it isn't just with the Amazon, or with Wonder Woman, it's with the Amazons. It's cringy. Sky Torch. So, well, I'll get to that. I found it a little weird, but yeah, I get it. Magic, whatever. Now, that thing lazily going through the air. Good shot. I've never been to the Louvre. I've never been to France, really. I've been to Germany, but I keep wanting to check it out. But I find it bizarre that they switch back and forth between languages. I know that's for the audience, but I just think it's weird. It doesn't make any sense to me when that happens. I call bullshit on the old tube TV. See, they mention his name, Ryan Choi, here, and then when they hand him his card later and they actually say his name, it's like, oh, that's Ryan Choi, the Atom, or the Atom 2, or whatever. It's like, you already said his name earlier. We knew that. I will admit, I think that the Silas Stone, Victor Stone expansion is much, much better. Much improved. You can't... Like, there's a scene in Justice League which I absolutely detest. And it's where Silas Stone comes in. He's like, I had to... He says something along the lines of, I had to sneak away to get here. And Victor says, didn't want to show him the monster. And Silas says, you are not a monster. He goes, it's strange that you thought me. It's like, fuck you, your word games and your clever bullshit. You know it's exactly what you thought. This guy comes running up and just slams it right up there. It just happened to. Boy, did you call him ahead of time? Did you let him know? Did you time it? Hey, I'm about 30 seconds away. Oh, you want me to tell you what he saw? You want me to text you a picture? No, I want you, I want you to slam it up against the glass. I can't say I noticed that really, because you see all this crap so much, and it's kind of hard to see. But your boy Zach, he mentioned that, and I thought, you know what? That's a good point. Why is he just slamming it up on the glass at that particular time? Because it looks cool. That's what Zack Snyder. That's the problem with Zack Snyder. He will go for the it looks cool to the detriment of logic and sense sometimes, and for scenes that don't need it. All you need to do is show him the picture. Oh, here's a picture. Okay. I got texted this picture. That would have been fine. I just slam it up against the glass, have the music hit. I don't know. I'm amazed the arrow is still here. I'm absolutely amazed the arrow is still here. The fire is out. They would have gone in there. They would have probably pulled that out as evidence or something. Am I wrong on this? Maybe they wouldn't have pulled it yet, but it just seems like they would have bagged and tagged that for evidence. Maybe they thought because it was old, it was always there, but I can't imagine. And then there's this stand here with ready-made torches to happen. Why is this here? I don't know. And then, I don't know, the idea that nobody had come in here before, nobody had looked at these, nobody had seen this doorway until she came along with her magic arrow key. This feels clumsy. I'm sorry, this whole thing feels clumsy. I guess the Amazon, well, it was a temple, the Amazons probably built it before they got betrayed, so. And yeah, I could see all this stuff being up there telling the story of what happened back then, but I don't know. What? I mean, it looks really hard to get to. If you want to warn people and make sure that they understand what could be coming again in the future, you might want to make it a little easier to find. But it's been 5,000 years. Maybe it was easier to find back then. And they show the parademons. And oh yeah. Okay, so Darkseid's making the mother boxes, so. And I guess from this she got the whole, did she know the whole story? Because she went into a lot of detail about that story with Bruce. Now, if I remember correctly, in the, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong or not, in the original, this guy sank because a parademon screwed over his ship, and in this one, it was just because he was a drunk asshole. I'm not sure. And just a dumbass who went out in a storm. Slow-mo, isn't he awesome? Everything. See, this was my problem with Zack Snyder and Watchmen, and a lot of people like Watchmen, the movie. I don't. And not because I think that the movie is terrible or that it didn't follow the plot correctly. It's the atmosphere and the look, which is way too cool for school. when you read the book, you realize that these people are kind of pathetic and gritty, and it makes superheroes look not cool. And you realize that they're dressing up in all these costumes and everything, but it's really silly and stupid. And that they're trying to do good, yes, but that it's also possibly a mental imbalance. I don't know. It was not to make them look cool. And instead, he makes them look so cool with all the slow-mo and everything. And I just feel like that misses the point of Watchmen. Here, it's okay because they're supposed to be cool. They're supposed to look cool. I'd say it's okay. It's overdone, but it's all right. Here we go. Here's another shirt he's going to take off. I'm not sure where he got the shirt in the first place. And he's just going to leave it there. Because that's what he does. And here's some more music choices that I just want to... It's just... I sometimes wonder if Zach Snyder sees these really pretentious indie films with all the music and stuff in them, and it's supposed to be so emotional and everything, and most of it's just filmmakers way up their own ass, and he's trying to inject that into these movies. Maybe you guys got an opinion. I don't understand it at all. So Curry is going down. I will admit that I like how Atlanteans can swim underwater the way Superman flies through the air. I'm not sure what their method of propulsion is. I hope it's not anal gases. Rectal rockets. Something along those lines. I just hope it's not something like that. So he's looking. Yeah, So here's the other thing. I'm guessing this happens before Aquaman. I think that makes sense, but I can't put my finger on it. Just something doesn't quite mesh, and I don't know if it's the. He hands him his armor and things like that, which is fine. Then you say, okay, well, that's how he got that stuff. But then you go, okay, well, it helps from Justice League because it felt like he was already the king with the trident and everything. And then he has to go get the trident in Aquaman. Okay, so they talk about King Orm, so obviously. Willem Dafoe, man. It's amazing. Year after year, he looks more and more unhinged. Don't get me wrong. I love the guy. I mean, he's a great actor and everything. Now, one thing I don't understand, they did kind of establish you could talk just fine underwater if you're an Atlantean. But they keep doing the air bubbles. And secondly, I thought only Mira could do the air bubbles. Maybe she's hiding behind a column or something. Okay, so here's a big change now we find out that Steppenwolf is not he's not doing this by himself, and he answers to people, including Desaad. I like that Desaad is in here. I like the Dark Side is in here and everything. But boy, it gives me an old Masters of the Universe vibe. I'm talking about the movie. Maybe it's just me. I do like that he's got like 8 fingers. It's bizarre looking. Their Skype machine looks dangerous. Don't get too close to that thing. You might get drops of lava on you or something. Speaking of which, if you guys want to Skype me, if you want to get in on this, my Skype is up. Just give me a buzz and I'll put you on the stream with me. $50,000. That's a lot. How about instead of 50,000 worlds, maybe one anti-life equation? Deal. See, I like his face and everything better. He just looks more... He looks more like somebody who's trying to do something. Not like somebody who's just... Oh. I'm evil. Now, so here's one of those things that I wonder, what's the creative process here? When in the original one he says, it cost me millions of dollars to pay for that security, and she goes, yeah, it looked expensive. That's fine. And here she goes, yeah, it took me almost a minute to disable it. Creatively, which one is better? What somebody had to make that decision for this. For trading in one line for another line. I'm going, somebody sat in a committee room going, okay, I'm really not sure about this. They paid people money to figure out which one they were going to, because this was $70 million they put on this. And one of those decisions that they paid for was to trade out Wonder Woman's line from, yeah, it looked expensive to, yeah, it took me almost a minute to... I know it's mundane as hell, but that's what fascinates me about it. It is a mundane thing that nobody would notice except somebody who maybe had just watched the movie, like I did, 10 minutes ago, and then watched this one following it. And you go... And it just gets me mulling. It's like, how many meetings did that one go through for this stupid fucking line that nobody remembers except for assholes like me who talk about it on streams? Bizarre, I guess. So here we get the retelling, and we finally we see Darkseid in all his glory. Honestly, I don't like him as much in this. For one, they use that what do you call it? That chin thing, which he didn't used to have. He had less. I don't like that look, and I know that they put it on for him way back. When they did Final Crisis. which Grant Morrison wrote, and that guy's an insane person. And secondly, Darkseid always, like, he always kind of carried himself with this weird dignity. He didn't look like a Schwarzenegger. He didn't hold he always held his hands behind him, for one. And he has this weird faux formality to him that he would just, because all he had to do was let his he just lets his omega beams take care of it. And he's a guy who doesn't want to get his hands dirty. He will get his hands dirty, but he doesn't want to get his hands dirty. So he always carries his hands behind his back, and he never shows any flourish because he doesn't have to. He's like, I'm just so powerful. I don't have to do any of that. I just say, and things happen. And here he's doing the arm. His arms are moving too much. I don't like that. I don't want to see Darkseid's arms moving. If Superman comes up on me, he actually has to fight. Fine, he'll punch somebody. I get that, but most of the time he holds them behind his back, and it's just that way of carrying himself. He never is in a hurry. Like here, he'll start running at people and stuff like that. You never see. I think he was portrayed best by Michael Ironside in the Superman the Animated Series, where he just is a very patient, very formal, and he carries himself like he's above everything, not like a warrior willing to get his hands dirty. And I think that the way he carries himself in here is just, it doesn't look right to me. Yes, he's doing hand-to-hand combat a lot, things like that, using a weapon. He just omega beam everybody to death. He didn't like to do this. So I really disagree with his portrayal here. Not that he's not powerful enough or that he wouldn't be in command or anything like that. That's fine. It's just to me, he doesn't feel like Darkseid. Now I do like Zeus. I do like that the gods' hands are always glowing. I think that's kind of cool. Thank you, Miguel. I'm glad you find it interesting. That's all the Spanish I probably know, but I appreciate it. Is that Thelwas? He's credited in here, and they said Ares. I'm guessing that's David Thelwas. Now, I do like the way this story happened. He didn't just get taken away because he was crazy. Darkseid gets mortally wounded. And they're like, we have to save him no matter what. And they all just flee to save Darkseid. That does make sense. And that if we had the gods and the Atlanteans and even a Green Lantern, although he got his ass kicked pretty quick. But that Zeus and Artemis and all the Amazons and all the tribes of men and everything. I could see us doing this with that kind of power on our side. And I could see them leaving because of that reason, that they managed to get a good hit on Darkseid. Now, I don't understand why the mother boxes stayed quiet for the next 5,000 years. You'll have to help me on that one. I'd really like to see a movie like this. Boy, that looks bad. I don't know why, but something looks bad. The way she's touching that, I don't know. The hand and it just didn't look right. So we're going to put ours in this shrine here. Well, we'll keep watch on it. And the Atlanteans are going to put theirs on top of this pedestal under the water, and we'll keep an eye on it. And the men are going to dump it in a hole. What is this? This makes no sense to me. What did a fucking octopus make that box? Did the octopus? Did they have an octopus where they make boxes that they use for to put mother boxes in? Why? What's with the octopus? Well, they're Atlantis and they got sea stuff. It looks cool. That's a Zach Snyder right there. It looks cool. Well, actually, it looks weird. Like, okay, they have some magic ray that seals up boxes for them or something for the Amazons. Okay, I can get that. Why the octopus at the Atlanteans? They weren't even underwater yet. This was before they sank into the sea. She said that. This is the shrine of the mother box. Where's your mother box? I don't know. Some hole in the woods. I don't know. We don't remember where we put it. I mean, we kind of realize we're all assholes, so if any one of us had it, we'd do the Isildur with the one ring. Put it in the fire. I don't know where the other boxes are. The boxes are here. They're coming. Thank all 7 or 8 of you that are watching. Appreciate it. And the playbacks I'm getting, 42 playbacks. So I hope you all are enjoying yourself. Again, I have the live chat here, although I'm not really looking at the website itself. So if you want to chat with me, be on YouTube. And I'll try to keep an eye on it. Okay, so this is one of those. I like the scene, but I hate Ezra Miller. I'm sorry, I find him really annoying. I just want to punch him. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Please stop talking. I like her. She's like, just resume, just shut up. And yeah, I did notice the truck has says Gardner Fox on it, who I believe was the creator of Flash, or at least the Flash that we know about, the Barry Allen Flash. And I'm not sure if emblazoning his name on the side of the truck that nearly kills everybody because you got morons that are... What the hell kind of business is the Gardner Fox? What is he? I'm not sure. I'm guessing gardening equipment? I don't know. I'll admit the scene is kind of cool. I still am not a big fan of blue lightning for the Flash. I think it should be yellow. I don't know. It's just one of those dumb things that I just don't like. I saw everybody putting hashtag hot dog and everybody freaking out about the hot dog. I'm like, it's it's not even it's fine. It's just it's not why people obsess over these little things. It's like when everybody was obsessing over Traitor, the stormtrooper with the baton, and he fought Finn in Force Awakens, and he's going on and on about this. And I'm going, I mean, people were just hashtagging Traitor, like they just go nuts about this. Lately, they've been hashtagging hot dog. I'm like going, it's a cute gag, I guess, but it's not really that big a deal. And here, the fucking music again with Zach Snyder. This pretentious, overly done, it's all bad. Oh, it's all so bad. I hate it. Trying to juxtapose this music that's kind of off from good job, you saved her. Oh, God. You know, it's a cute scene that is ruined by Ezra Miller, in my opinion. You guys could correct me if I'm wrong. I just think he's maybe part of it is because of the stuff that's been going on with him, what a creep he is in real life. But I don't know. I just, God, I don't like him. That may be a very useful suit, but boy, it looks like it could really pinch in some bad places. Oh, that was a nice smear of blood he left. That's usually dead, right? Oh, I remember those from Minority Report. Oh, it's a very specific memory it managed to grab out of there. You know, I know she's sad because she's Lois Lane and this is Superman. But really, within the context of these movies, especially because Batman v Superman just didn't work, I don't know. It doesn't. It feels too Twilighty to me. Like she's just a mess because she's supposed to be a mess, not because you really feel like she would be this bad. 'Cause she hasn't gone back to work, we find out later. She hasn't done anything. And you go, okay. I mean, even in the comics, with all that went on when Superman died, she wasn't this messed up. He said no. I actually kind of like that little exchange. He's not just a cyborg. He is cyborg. Let's get it right. Get your continuity going. Now here they go into a lot more depth on Victor. And I think that of all the characters in this new version, Cyborg was by far the most improved. He has history, he has depth, he has loss with his father. They do a good job of setting him up, and that's the nice thing about a 4-hour movie. You can sit there and you can set him up, and you can give them all the backstory you want. I mean, there's like 3 movies in here. You could almost do a Cyborg movie just from what's in this movie. Of course, again, part of it is because everything's in slow-mo. Dr. Stone. Oh, shut up. Oh, for God's sakes. Now, this is terrible. This is terrible. Oh, he helped her because he's got a good heart. So he changed her grades because she lost her house, or her parents lost their house. You want to help her. Make sure you help her study, give her a place to live, make sure she does it the right way. You don't just cheat with her. And then the mother smugly says, well, what did you do to help her? Well, they're in fucking college. It's not your job to help her. That's what charities and government assistance and all that stuff is for. He helped her cheat because he's got a good heart. Fuck you. I mean, that just undermines his character to me. That's just, he is a good guy. For most of it, I think we see that. Although he's, it's the standard. The father isn't there and he's disappointed and all that kind of stuff. And he had to go through some things. But at least, he gets to show some emotion here as an actor and all that kind of stuff. But don't tell me that he's good because he helped somebody change their grades. It's not. No, that's wrong. You undermine all the goodwill you're trying to build with this guy by doing stuff like that, and then having his mother smugly put, the blame on other people or that have nothing to do with whatever this person's problems were. Bizarre. It's those kinds of choices that I go, what are they thinking? It's okay to do wrong things because he did it for the right reasons. No, the ends never justify the means. It always causes issues. So don't do that. You could have come up with 100 different ways to make it better for him. Dumb. Oh. I call it foreshadowing, but man, it was like a millisecond of foreshadowing. I can't wait to see what you do tomorrow, Dad. Jesus. Arms gone, most of his legs. I don't know how he's alive in the first place. Joe Morton has never gotten enough work, in my opinion. Of course, we all know him in T2. He was also in Speed, and I think he was great there. He's great in this, and everything I've seen him in, I think he's been great. I feel like he needs some starring roles somewhere. Maybe a series or something. I don't know what. But I really like him. Maybe some procedural or something. He's one of those guys that's just never gotten the spotlight enough. He's been in a lot of great stuff, and he does a great job. Goddamn, T2, that's 30 years ago this year. 30 years. Oh, my God. When did I get so old? Guess the gray kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Okay. So then we get the Rocky montage of him figuring out his powers. See, one thing I don't get is they use the mother box to make him into this. But with Superman, it just brought him back to life. It healed him. But with this, it had to make him... Why? I mean, they say the mother boxes can make things whole again. They said, matter is just never goes away. It just changes form, which is true enough. So, like if you go from... I don't know. If you go from like you burn down a house and it turns into smoke, and ash and debris, but that the mother box can turn smoke back into a house. Okay, fine. So then why couldn't it have made him whole? Now, in one of the various iterations of the origin of Cyborg, it was a mother box that made him, but it was in conjunction with some other technology that Silas Stone was creating. So that's what made him into Cyborg. And they kind of left that part out here. And then without that, it kind of makes you think, well, why did he turn into a cyborg? Why did they just make him human again? If that's what you're establishing the mother box can do. Those are the dumbass details that I notice. This is dumb. This is how he sees the internet. Actual bull and bear fighting each other in front of a metaphoric Wall Street Federal Reserve. Oh, God. Just stop. That's the kind of stuff where I just start laughing, So now he's going in. He can make money. Money is just stacks of money. It's... This is bizarrely stupid. Linda Reed. Is she in the comics? Is she Victor's love interest or something, or is she just a nobody? I didn't read enough Teen Titans or know enough about Cyborg's info. I'm guessing this is just somebody, but I always wonder if it's some sort of Easter egg or something. So any of you know in the comments, please let me know. You guys have been awfully quiet on the comments today. Either I'm that interesting or all of you are face down on your keyboard. Which would be understandable. I'm okay with that. So he just creates money for her. What's that shit on top? I couldn't figure that out. He put something on top. I don't dislike that he did it. for this person, it's fine. But, you know, there is still 2 hours and 30 minutes left. Yes, RPC. I may need to go step away and get some alcohol here in a few minutes. It's a little early in the day, but what the hell. So, I mean, it got all the way to the window. It could smell it, but it couldn't. It must know it's in there. Why would it fly away? I don't understand that. That's one of those things where I go, okay, I get it. It's getting close. It smells it. If it smelled it that close, why would it? I mean, we already saw it break into Star Labs, and that's a way more secure facility. So what's the point? So he's going to get a criminal justice degree. He's telling him to he wants him to give all that up. But I mean, it's like he doesn't want him to live his life for him because he's in jail. I get that. But to say that he's wasting his life to get a criminal justice degree because he's not able to get any jobs that are worth a damn while he's getting his degree, it's like, well, I'm pretty sure that's every college kid. Every college kid has to work their way through college doing waiting table. Not every college kid, but you know what I'm saying. That how many have had to wait tables or walk dogs or get shit Walmart jobs or something like that while you're in college until you get your degree and you can actually get into the job that you want. Nothing that Barry's doing here is all that abnormal. He's working towards something. He's telling him to stop. Now, I get it. It's so he won't do it for him, that he doesn't live his life for his dad. But, you know, as soon as he actually gets the job in criminal justice, he's all on board. So I'm like going, it doesn't work. It falls flat to me. But again, I'm an asshole. So this didn't really change at all. There's scenes in here that, other than, you know, being in 4x3 and the color grading and everything, I was kind of shocked to see how much of it was still the same. Yeah, we did get rid of the Joss Whedon scenes. Thank you, no more Mustache Gate. But some of it, I just don't. I don't know. I don't get it. And if he lives here, I don't know, is it an abandoned building or something, I guess? Must be. For a guy with no money, having to take shit jobs, where'd he get all that stuff? It makes you wonder if he's doing some criminal activity on the side. If he doesn't want to do criminal activity, then how do you get all that? He's taking dog walking jobs. Granted, if he's in an abandoned place, he's got no rent. But still, how do you get a hold of material for something like that? Competitive ice dancing. I don't think there's any difference between these two other than some of the shit that's on the screens, I guess. Do you think this really would have gotten released in theaters in 4:3 if all had gone the way Zach wanted it to? Be interesting. So you're fast. They did cut the whole. Well, did they? I can't remember. Did they cut the brunch crap? Yeah, they cut the whole brunch crap. Thank God for that. Yes, being rich is a superpower. I don't care what anybody says. I do like that Mercedes. I don't know if that's a real car or not, but I would definitely buy one. And now we have Alfred very concerned about tea because he's British, you know. If you don't do the tea right, it's just. I swear to God, I think he might have actually fought her and won because you don't fuck with a British guy in his tea. Oh, this I did like that they gave him some the gauntlets that would because I think he was doing that Justice League. I'm like, how is he blocking that? And you know, hey, Alfred came up with a new toy for him. Good idea. I do wish Lucius Fox had been in here to make the toys, but I can live with that. Oh, and this is, I think this is better. I like that he just says meet her or meet him. Victor just says meet him. He doesn't have a whole weird conversation with her. You know, with me wondering, is the microphone on? Is there a microphone on this particular setup? I would assume. None of that bullshit of, well, you were by the lake and I saw you, but I pretended not to. All that kind of stuff. I just, this feels more, there are times when Zach's stuff feels more grounded to me. So, but boy, this is starting to drag, isn't it? And I wouldn't mind seeing a fan edit of this where they maybe made some judicious cuts that weren't so. I don't know. I mean, sometimes it feels a little bit much, and I don't know. It just if it doesn't, it feels like there's some things that could be cut down. Well, then why don't you know why she's looking for you? Fuck the world. Yeah, throw an F-bomb in there for no reason. What happened? He does. Fisher does do a decent job in this, and it's a shame because I mentioned this earlier. For those of you who didn't hear, I think that he's screwed when it comes to getting acting gigs again. You run your mouth like the way he did. Do you think anybody's going to hire him? I'm not saying that he wasn't justified or that it wasn't a good thing. I think it was, but you know, you're not going to get anybody to hire you if they know that if you're unhappy, you'll run your mouth. So, we'll see. I don't think he did a bad job at all. And I looked at his IMDb. I mean, he hadn't done much. He's done very little. So, I hope these residuals work out for him. Because I don't know what he's going to get after this. We'll see. We'll see. So they declared him dead, I guess. Damn it. I think he's... Oh, that's right. He's burying the mother box in his own grave. That's dark. There's a lot of grave digging in this movie, actually. Way too much. A lot of holes. This is like the third hole so far. Oh, yeah, so... If it was 3.5 million Kelvin... That's... I don't know that wouldn't affect that glass and stuff. That's a very random question. Do you think Batman's connected to that object that we had, that metal box? No. Why are you asking? We were just talking about Kryptonian superheated metal. Oh, he's still pissed at me. Okay, so I'm guessing the parademon came back and ransacked it to get the box. But I still don't know why he just didn't do that in the first place and then ran off and then came back, giving Victor enough time to... Yeah, well, there he is, right? So why didn't he do that anyway? Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Okay. Is J.K. Simmons a national treasure? Yes. Is he a good Commissioner Gordon? Yes. Is he a good J. Jonah Jameson? Yes. What's wrong with Dental Skull? I like that. Yeah, that was clunky. It's like, I'll talk to him tonight. How? What the fuck you know about the bat signal? Why you ask? Even the audience, you don't even need to tell the audience. They know about the bat signal. Everybody knows about the fucking bat signal. How? Dumb question. Dumb stuff like that just stands out to me. He said no. You must be. Oh, that's not right. That's. I can't tell if he's more or less annoying in this. They definitely cut some of his stupider lines, but then there's more of him. So I don't know. Ezra Miller, I just. Is there more or less annoying? Good question. I do like that Steppenwolf is multitasking. He delegates out Parademus to go get the human one while he goes and gets the Atlantean one. Okay, why does Mira have an American or an English accent now? Where did that come from? If that was always planned, I mean, it went away in Aquaman. It went away in Joss Whedon. I'm guessing since that went away in Joss Whedon's Justice League, they decided to keep it out in Aquaman. But then couldn't she have just ADR'd her lines? Maybe they didn't want to call her in because she might kick her own ass and then tell everybody she was beat up by Zach Snyder. The English accent is bizarre to me. I don't know why I'm trying to understand the creative processes that made that happen. I know he looks like a Hulk, but I understand when intelligent beings scream and growl like the Hulk, like a beast. It's weird. I always dug that where she removed the water and then made him fall 30 stories. I do like that. Oh, and I thought this was great. That's a horrifying use of her powers, isn't it? Just water and blood coming out his face. Yeah, he's like, Jesus, that was what a rush. Now, this is another where it's like, why is he here? I mean, why did he decide to come here? Was he just close by? I mean, he's pretty much made it a obvious that he doesn't want to help, although, we know that he does, but he helps people on the surface. He just kind of shows up. It's like, well, why is he here? It's a big damn ocean. Ouch. At least that time the tube boomed. I feel like when it's on land, it has not boomed the way it should boom. It is called a boom tube. Oh, I can't get over that English accent. See, this if this had come out when it was supposed to come out in the form it was supposed to come out, then I think Aquaman would have made different choices. But it's weird to see her saying all the things that we already know and that they're going to repeat in Aquaman completely. So then I think, okay, well, that's been out. You've already done all that. So why stick those lines back in here? I know it's your vision and everything, but I mean, you're not just making this in a vacuum. So if you want this to somewhat fit in with the DCEU, maybe have her ADR lines so she isn't English anymore. Maybe don't repeat stuff that's already in another movie that we all know about. I don't know. I just, that's where I feel like there's a lot of indulgence in this movie. Way too much indulgence. Oh, Clark Kent is Superman. Oh wait, no, that's my dad's glasses. Never mind. Say now, I like this because I never understood how Victor just appeared on top of the roof with the others. They didn't really. I mean, it seems kind of obvious when you see it. He sees the bat signal, but the reasons why he's at the apartment, the reasons why he's doing these different things and going back and forth, it all holds together much better in this movie, and the flow isn't just interrupted. And I'll give him this. I don't feel like things happen sometimes, and I make fun of them. I have, but it's not that big a deal. But for the most part, things happen in the Joss Whedon version. Here, things are, there's cause and effect. There's flow. There's, okay, this happens. Now we got to move on to this thing. He's over here because of this. There's reasons why people are where they're at. And so you feel like things are moving forward. And again, I can't stress enough that making Steppenwolf a second or third fiddle to Darkseid and trying to get back into Darkseid's good graces is a much better. Part 4, Change Machine, is a much better villain than he was before. He looks better. His face looks better. Everything looks better. I also noticed that they didn't desperately try to use old music cues from the old Batman or Superman series like they did in the Joss Whedon. That just smacked of desperation of trying to give you those good feelings. And He doesn't rely on any of that. So while I hate the Wonder Woman music cues, that's good. I appreciate that he didn't do that. You know who has a better English accent than Amber? Amelia Clark, and she doesn't crap in people's beds. That you know of. Maybe it's her kink. Maybe it's her husband's kink. They just don't broadcast it. You don't know. These people are not like us. They're weirdos. So we got them all here on the rooftop. How did they? I guess it's a cute moment, but it's like, how did they all leave in the Flash? I mean, he's super speed. Everything is in slow motion to him if he wants it to be anyway. And he's like surprised that they're all gone. I don't know. The Flash's powers work when they need him to, and they don't work when the script doesn't need him to. That's it's those little type of moments where you just start questioning things. And this all goes the same for the most part. It's better action, no doubt. But it still has some of my same questions. Let me know when we get to 30. I'm going to throw up. Nope. I'm real when it's useful. You know, sometimes they write these lines, it's like, because it sounds cool, but it's like, what does that mean? I'm real when it's useful? So you're not real the rest of the time? You didn't exist? What are you trying to say? Now, I did like that. It's such an improvement. He says, I have families, because then you have weakness. Or the other one goes, why does everyone keep telling me that? Like, it's not a good line. I thought that those spiders killed people, but I guess they don't. Or maybe because that guy's half of his brains were scraped on the side of the rock and he just succumbed. I do kind of dig his extra arms. It's got kind of a Spider-Man iron armor kind of thing going on there. Kill me. Kill me. Stop. See, her actual theme is awesome. But the wailing female singing is just terrible. It's so terrible. I know you belong to no one, but you belong to me in my heart, gal. I guess he does just jump around and push him. I swear, Batman spends more time face down on something. Oh. Thank you, Kirk, for liking the stream. I appreciate that. Okay. Go, go, go. I do like his grapple gun, and I like how he uses it. I think Ridley Scott invented the female voices wailing in Gladiator. It's possible. I said I always think of it in Tropic Thunder, where it was just complete parody when they used it, because it was a scene from the movie and the guy was getting shot and dying. I think it was Stiller. Oh my God. It's just terrible. Terrible. Now this kind of held together a little bit better. They brought in the big vehicle, which they had left down there, and it's like, okay, now they're bringing it up. Okay, that makes sense. And then when it falls, and you'll see it here in a bit, but when it falls, it actually goes into, there's a lot of problems with the system failures. There's all kinds of system failures. And then when Victor goes into it, he fixes it all and gets it going again. That wasn't really, I don't know, it just wasn't really clear in the theatrical version, or it just didn't come across nearly as well. Okay, this is pretty sweet. That I liked. That was cool. Him saving all the people with the rocks. Is anybody still pissed about Batman's use of guns? Because he uses a lot of guns. He uses alien guns. He uses guns on his thing. He uses guns. Personally, I thought Batman's thing against guns was, yeah, I get it, but it's also stupid. In real life, he'd have a rough time. But okay, I'll live with it. It's fine. It's part of the comic book world. I'll deal. But then here, he's using all kinds of guns, so. I don't know, this all makes more sense. So I like it, but I still don't like him tripping, but I guess he still needs to learn to use his powers. At least he doesn't fall on top of her. That was apparently a Joss Whedon thing, and if you look at it closely, it's not her on the ground. There. Catastrophic failure of all systems. I don't think they did that in the theatrical cut. Maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, jeez. Stop. They overuse that. It's overuse it. They shouldn't use it in the first place, but it's so bad. It sticks out like a sore thumb. You're okay because he's an older, even more damaged Batman. He's branding criminals, etc. Yeah, I mean, this is the world that he built, so fine. Go. Go, buddy. Go. So we are at the halfway point. Little bit past it. Oh my god, that is so bad. It sticks out every time. So I'll do a time check here. I'm at 2:03:20. So just so you know. Okay, so now he's fixing the thing, which makes more sense. And maybe that's the way it happened in the theatrical. It just didn't come across that way. Guns, guns, guns. See, he's not saying any maniacal stuff. He just looks at it and goes, this could be useful. And then floods the harbor. And he doesn't say anything. I like this Steppenwolf a lot more. I like him as a villain, obviously. Now, this is my problem here. I still don't know why Aquaman decided to be here. How he knew to be here. Maybe you guys know something I don't, but I don't get it. Why is he here? Why did he I understand he decided to make the choice to help, but why did he come here? How do you know? This isn't any different from the theatrical cut. There's no difference. So why is he here? Come on, get your ass up there. Oh, this goes on forever. Okay. Why? By the way, we did find out that she could fly at Wonder Woman 84, and it's been pretty much canon that she could fly for many, many years. So, don't know why she's not flying here. Because it's made in 2017, and the first Wonder Woman movie just came out, and they didn't think about it. I wonder where the boom tubing is happening. From what I could tell, it was always you had to have a mother box to boom tube anywhere, and he doesn't have that. So who's tubing his boom? Okay, yeah, this is where that's a freaky hand, man. I dig that. I dig the extra figures. Weird and cool. Gives him a more beastly like appearance, I suppose. I guess so. I guess the pattern is the anti-life equation. But didn't Darkseid do that? I mean, doesn't he know that it's here? I guess I didn't understand that he didn't. He's like, I have no idea where it is. It's like, you see it here? And where is here? All he needs is a lost box of men. He doesn't. I like how they explained how it was found, too. Like, the Nazis found it under an Italian monastery or something. Which makes sense, because it's like, okay, if this was all Greek and Roman, Zeus and all that, you would think that the battle would have taken place somewhere in Italy or in Greece. So, I kind of was like, makes sense. Nice little tidbit there. How did he lose the planet? The fact that Darkseid doesn't know it's on the one planet he could not defeat is a little goofy. I know. I don't understand that. Because he saw it. If I saw it correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, when they showed the flashback, and of course this is Diana telling the story, but he whacked it and saw it. And then he got his ass kicked and he had to leave. But it's like, you don't remember where you... Did your Google Maps break? What's the matter, man? Put your hands behind your back, Darkseid. Put them behind your back. Man, that dude's got scoliosis worse than my grandma. I was seeing the trailers and Darkseid looked like this and then he looked normal. And I was like, why does he look like that with the fire and everything? And now it's like, it's just their weird Skype machine. Sometimes they show these images and you think, oh, that's going to be cool. And it turns out to be something really mundane. And you go, that's disappointing. How did you not know where it was? It's a planet. How'd you lose a planet? You lost the coordinates. Somebody moved the planet. The gods moved the solar system to a different place in the Milky Way. Something. Anything. I like that they didn't say, well, this couldn't fly until Victor messed with its software and then it could fly fast enough to get all the way across the world. It's like, no, it was always capable of getting across the world. He just wasn't finished fixing it. It was built that way. You can't just change software and make things. Yeah, I'm going to take this time to talk about something else that always bothers me whenever they do it. It's like, this thing is made out of things that aren't even on the periodic table. It's like, no, it's not. The periodic table is just how many protons are in an atom and you work your way up. Okay? It's not something that has 70,000 protons in it. And if it was, it would be horribly unstable, because once you get past, the only way we can make things the next few steps up in the periodic table is try to make them in a lab, and usually they just fall apart. They aren't able, we can keep them around for maybe like a few milliseconds before they dissipate. So this idea that there's just matter out there that isn't on the periodic table. Oh, sure, maybe there's some compounds and some molecules, atoms brought together to make other substances. Yeah, sure, maybe there's some of that. But to say that it's not on the periodic table is just dumb. Please, Hollywood, stop using that line. It's a dumb fucking line. Unknown object, and then the Allies found it and brought it to America. Okay, good. That's all I needed. How'd they find the one of man? It was buried in the middle of the woods. Nobody knew where it was for thousands of years. Oh, the Nazis found it under an Italian monastery during the war, 70 years ago. And then after they lost the war, the United States took it and started put it in a warehouse, probably next to the Ark of the Covenant. And then Silas Stone got a hold of it and started playing around with it. I'm satisfied. Okay, good enough. Thanos seems much smarter than this version of Darkseid. Well, what I was saying earlier, RPC, I don't know how long you've been on it, but I just... Darkseid is a guy who doesn't want to get his hands dirty. He will, but he doesn't want to. He always holds his arms behind his back, and he always kind of walks around with a formality and an air of arrogance and being above it all that they don't see, that you don't see in this one. It really bothered me. And I think that Darkseid would have been the big bad in Justice League 2, but they never got that far. So that woke the box. See, there's another thing. When it woke the box, why didn't it get a hold of Steppenwolf then? When he brought Victor back to life, because that was well before, according to this, well before he died, well before Superman died. Hell, even in Batman v Superman, they had the video of it before Superman died, so you would assume it happened quite a while ago. So why didn't it wake him then? And you say, well, they didn't want to come because they knew Superman was still alive. Okay, but what about before Superman got to the Earth? I can't get an answer to that question. I need answers. God damn it. Now, I do like this a lot better. They all come to the realization, hey, we can bring back Superman. And there's no Pet Cemetery things or that kind of stuff. Aquaman does have few concerns, but they're basically like, look, we need him, man. This Steppenwolf and then Darkseid, it's just too much for us. If we don't have him, we're going to be screwed. Yeah, the Box Awakening is a major plot hole, the RPC. Absolutely. This is... It's fine when it's actually Martha. Why did you say that name? But it's this is actually the Martian Manhunter. So he must have read her mind, obviously, to know all this stuff and to look like her and to be credible as her, right? So if that's the true, then I mean, why does he apparently he was Harry Lennox he was already in the last two. We just didn't know he's a Martian Manhunter. I don't know. It feels very forced in so we can have the Martian Manhunter in the future. But it just comes across forced to me. This would work fine if it was actually Martha. In fact, I think it would work better. I feel like they undercut the whole thing by making her the Martian Manhunter. You could have still brought him in at the end. I don't like this at all. I think it's bizarre. I mean, the conversation here is fine. It's perfectly fine. You and I knew him. You and I knew Clark, and we knew he was Superman, and nobody else does. Nobody really understands. We're the only two that could talk to each other. It's completely undercut by the idea that it wasn't really her. And I don't know where she is. It's not good. I agree. It's pointless, Matt. It doesn't. The scene is good if it's Martha. It's not good when it turns out to be the Martian Manhunter. I'm actually okay with him there at the end, like coming in saying, "You know what? I saw what you guys did. I'm ashamed of myself. I should have been a part of it, but I'll be there for you in the future." Something along those lines. I'm fine with that. But this makes no sense. I don't see the point. Win, Rocky. Win. Oh, sorry. Keep messing it up. Well, I'm going to grab another drink. One moment, people. Look at it. You're seeing behind the scenes here. Seeing how the sausage is made. I'm sorry. Scoot this back up. Yeah, I got a big green circle here on my chair. It helps. It's a lot easier than setting all that up. Yep, we get it. You're the Martian Manhunter. You big dope. Yeah, exactly, RPC. You were moved by the scene until Martha's eyes start glowing. It's like, wait. It undercuts it. It completely undercuts it. A perfectly good scene. Completely undercuts it. Yeah, it also alludes to MM reading people's minds without their permission. Something that's a big no-no for Martians. Yeah, I mean, some of it I kind of chalked it up to it's hard for him not to read our minds because we're human, so of course we're pathetic. But yeah, I don't know. I just you never got any sense that the Lennox's character really cared that much about Lois. I don't know. It just comes out of nowhere. There's no us without him. I'm glad that they're all on board with this. I don't want to hear the undead stuff, but we are digging up another grave. It's way too much. It's way more grave digging in a superhero movie than I would have expected. Far too much. And this is different. These two are just there. And I also like how they got to the ship because now they've established that Star Labs is built all around the Kryptonian ship. And they can't just get in there. And it also makes it a little bit better of how he makes it so in the theatrical version, the mother box falls on a car and nobody notices until he comes down and says, "Oh, look what I found," and just takes it and leaves. And here Silas grabs it and takes it back into the Star Labs and so somebody's got their back, which is kind of understandable. That I always felt it was a little harsh that they didn't notice that it was there, because they did have their hands full getting their asses kicked by Superman. But I do like it that there was somebody else there and that somebody thought of that. And Silas kind of had their back and they took care of it. So it made it a little harder for Steppenwolf to get the thing. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, my dog is wanting out. Gotta get him out. Hold on. Go on. So they kind of have to, they load the coffin, they sneak into Star Labs, so to speak. I do like, he says, you think she'd be interested in a younger man? It's like, she's 5,000 years old, they're all younger men. Fair. I'm always dressed. Shut up. So, why does it always take dramatically long? Like the first time it doesn't go through and then it does. It's like, that's just, it's pointless. He's going to get in. I hate that. I hate that trope where they try it. It's like, try it again. Uh-oh. What if they don't? Oh, they made it. Nobody thinks they're not going to make it in. Just have Victor do his thing. It just makes Victor look a little incompetent, actually. It's a dumb trope, and it needs to die. There's so many that need to die. The periodic table thing needs to die. Every time somebody lifts up a gun, you hear it cock. That needs to die. See, there was no delay here in turning on the biohazard. No problem there. A microbe of alien origin doesn't make any sense. Why doesn't that make any sense? You're in Star Labs. Why does it have to be a false alarm? Why are you being a dick, Silas? Stop being a dick. Clearly, the only person who could do that is your son. You should know this, you dick. Douchey dick. Getting punchy. This is a long movie. What is the soldier is a professional and only tries once? Yeah, what if the soldier is a professional and only tries once? Yeah. It's like, you're done. I would think that they would try twice because I have a badge to get into work. Sometimes you beep, it seems to work, and the alarm still goes off. So, I get that part of it, but it's like, this is a movie. They're doing it for dramatic purposes, and it's not dramatic at all. That's my problem. You're trying to do something to increase attention, but all it does is it has the opposite effect because everybody's used to these now. And then his son comes in with Batman, the Box, the Flash, some tattooed strong man, some weird gladiator woman, and a coffin. Seems legit. I believe it. Nobody's trying to take that out of there. Not all this time. Just a side note about Wonder Woman. The length Steve Trevor must have slipped her 70 years ago must have been the otherworldly because she's not stopped going on about him. Well, she actually, I will give him credit. She mentioned it once in this, but that whole bullshit about her not getting over Steve in 70 years and that argument that they have, that's gone from this. So that's good. Because she clearly has already made the choice when she fought Doomsday to start being a part of the world again. Maybe she should have earlier, but she's doing that. She stopped the thing. So I don't. Yes and no, I suppose. I feel like she got over him in 84, and that's when she should have been doing stuff. But it looks like she was. But she was knocking out cameras in malls. I don't know. If I could wish for any superpower, it would be able to shag like Steve Trevor. Well, here's the thing. They didn't shag when he was Steve Trevor. They shagged when he was some other dude. And she just saw him as Steve Trevor. But he was actually in some other dude's body. So wrap your noodle around that one, Matt. Oh, a pregnancy test. That means she's carrying Batman's baby. I don't know. She's carrying Superman's. The way they portray the powers for Superman in this one, I have a feeling that baby would be would be like The Boys, would just tear itself out of her womb, leave her a bloody mess. Floating baby with out of control IB. No, I don't think he did shaft her in World War One. I don't think they had a chance. I don't think he had an opportunity to have sex with her. Certainly not in No Man's Land. And then, did they? Well, maybe they did. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've seen that. Okay, well, then he's still the only man that shagged Wonder Woman with 2 separate dicks. Who can say that? More coffee. I should have gotten some coffee this morning. I figured super sperm would have at least destroyed an ovary. It would have gone right through the top of her head. If you want to read an interesting story, read Man of Steel, Woman of Kleenex, or Woman of Tissue. It's a little short story that kind of goes through the mechanics of what would happen if Superman and Lois Lane actually did try to have a child, and how bad it would be. Like, just ejaculating, all these super sperm would be flying all around, making holes in the walls, and tearing through people like radiation. It'd be awful. You feel like you're 6 hours into this movie. Nope. You are 2 hours and 34 minutes. You still have an hour and a half to go. Now, this is a little bizarre. So, now they had set up that Lois was there. I'm okay with that, because she goes there every day to pay her respects, have her coffee, give one to the police guy that's there every day. Apparently, there's one station there. But then then the box gives Victor a vision of the nightmare. I think that's what they called it, the nightmare vision that Batman had. Wonder Woman dead. And Superman being an asshole. Oopsie. I actually thought this actually happened for a second. I was like, oh, fuck. They just destroyed the Earth. This is taking a turn. And then I saw the Wonder Woman. It's like, oh, this is some sort of vision. I would have been all in on this movie if they actually destroyed the Earth at that moment. Your daughter is dead. Oh, that's finally we could see him using his Omega beams. Yeah, here's another thing that I would like to see die. For some reason, the Super Friends had way more of a of an impact on people than I think it ever should have. And so whenever you see the Hall of Justice, especially in the redos of the anime, like they always do a Hall of Justice like it looked like in the Super Friends. That show is not that good. I mean, it was what it was. It was all we had back then, but my God, just stop making it look like that did in that show. I'm so tired of it. Come up with something new. Anything new. Does anybody else find it ironic that they used the most slow-mo for the Flash, who's the fastest guy on the team? You know what this is? This is basically a fancy way of doing the $6 million man. Well, show him running fast by running him in slow motion. We'll see you back in a minute, Matt. I ain't pausing it for you, though. Ooh. That looked painful. The future has taken root. See, the thing I don't like about the whole nightmare scenario is that they're basically saying that if Lois dies, Superman would turn into a complete and utter evil dickhead. He would just wipe out the earth. He wouldn't care. And just because he was so sad over Lois. One of the stories I really liked is Kingdom Come, where Lois did get killed by the Joker. And yet Superman would still not compromise on his ideals of justice, although he realized that the rest of the world would, and it was a world he could not live in, so he retreated to the Fortress of Solitude and basically just left the world to its own devices. That I could see. It's still a weakness, but it's not him being a complete and evil dickhead. I never liked those stories where Superman completely loses it with his powers. I know a lot of them are what ifs or whatever, but like this doesn't bother me so much because he was dead, and now he's like, I don't feel good. I don't remember nothing. Flash should have gotten there first. Sorry. Just saying. Yes, he's back with abs. Superman could always fly super fast around the earth and spin in the opposite direction until Lois is alive again. Yeah, there you go. I always took that as not that he was spinning the earth around, but that he was going back in time. And just by the nature of going back in time, if he was reversing time, then the earth would reverse. I know it doesn't come across that way, but look, I'm doing the best I can here to try to come up with some sort of plausible explanation. It's my auto defense system. I'm amazed how much he could control through all of this until this one moment when it was the worst possible time. See, the problems in this movie are the same problems that I had with Justice with the theatrical version. It's just that they're minimized in this. The problems with the theatrical version are the reshoots. When I say specifically the theatrical version of the reshoots, the mustache, the scenes that aren't very good that were taken out of this one. But the things that are common to both of them have the same problems and the same questions. It's just that this one does a much better job of smoothing out those rough edges so that I'm not as irritated, I guess. Now, I will admit that in both of these, this was probably the coolest scene in the entire movie, was him coming around and Superman like going, I'm as fast as you. That one eye coming around is like, oh, shit. That's a crap your pants moment if I've ever seen one. It's great. And when he throws them, and then they kind of slow down once they hit the air, which is interesting. This is one of the more enjoyable action moments in this whole movie. Did Superman introduce himself to Wonder Woman as Kal-El previously? You know, they met for like 5 seconds in fighting Doomsday, and then he was dead. So, no. But perhaps it was common knowledge that he was Kal-El of Krypton when he first introduced himself, and he had a few years of trying to help. People called him Superman, of course, but, you know, I'm assuming they did a story with Lois, so we'll just go with that. No, I think this was an improvement. I don't know why, but I just like that he basically just comes walking towards him. Like, and Superman's just, he's like the focus of his ire for whatever, you know, because of the last movie and all that. But, he doesn't try to fight him or hurt him. I don't know. I just, something about his abject surrender. Ole. And the way she came down and tried to fight him and all this is the same scene, but it all, because more of this is coming together properly, it feels more, it comes together better. Superman beats up women, so we know that. It butts her to the ground. That's amazing. Superman's just to straight up murder him. See, there's the gauntlets. Good. Gauntlets come back. Only work once, but that would make sense. So all in all, this works. I'm fine with it. I'm happy with it. It also comes together better. It flows better than it did in the theatrical cut. No jokes. Now do you bleed? Do you see my terrible mustache? Go, baby, go. And she got whiplash and died. Oh, that went well. You should be. You're fucking useless. Okay, so I don't know. I thought you had it. This works better. It's still, I don't know. It is what it is, as far as them forgetting about it. But I still feel like, okay, well, they had their hands full. I thought that was a little. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about by smoothing the edges, right? Once he left, they should have said, okay, let's get the mother box. But in this case, there's a lot more people around. It's a little more chaotic. And Silas had taken it, and we as an audience, we get to see him take it. So that impression of, boy, these are stupid people, doesn't hit you in this. You could still make the same argument. You could say, well, why didn't they keep an eye on the mother box or grab it when it hit the thing, when it hit the top of the car? But since all this has to happen, and Silas gets a good redemption, sacrifice moment, Victor can come to terms that he really did love his father. It all works. It all makes more sense. And it all makes, thank you, Mike. You feel like, okay, these are decisions I can live with, and it doesn't just stand out. Is it still a slightly rough edge? Yeah. Is it as bad as it was in the theatrical cut? Nowhere near. Much, much better. Because it's the emotions that you're trying to feel, and you're feeling the emotions of Victor and losing his father. The laser itself doesn't get sectioned up, I don't know. Just him, but okay. Maybe the pedestal it was on, the glass. I don't know. See, that's when I go into asshole douchebag territory. I will gotta remark, I gotta say that, I mean, we know his pretty much, except for like, I think he has on a lycra suit of some sort with all the triangles and shit on it. And he has a light on his, right in front of his eye, I think. And maybe another light down here. And the rest of it is all CG. And it does look phenomenal. I'll give him credit. The Victor suit, Victor looks phenomenal. It doesn't look wrong. It doesn't look, it very rarely gives itself away as an effect. He almost goes full RoboCop there, doesn't he? I wonder how he knows that, but I'm guessing that he's interfaced with their systems, so he would have that information. See, I like the way Victor is in this one. He's much more, what do you call it? He's got more emotion. He's reacting more. He's the whole he was sleepwalking in the other one. They did him dirty, and maybe that's because of the Whedon thing. Because Whedon was such a prick, and they had so many problems. They didn't make him look good. And here, it's almost a completely different character. Certainly in his reactions and the way he goes and deals with things, he's a much more likable, sympathetic character. And if nothing else, good on Zach for fixing him up after, as far as I'm concerned, Whedon did him dirty. Hey, Matt, you're back in the game. I detest the way the Flash runs. It's ridiculous. Yeah, everybody seems to hate that. I don't know. I mean, some of it, like when he's moving so fast that it's almost like a strobe light. You just see him in a still image for 5 seconds, for a millisecond. I kind of dig that, like when he was saving all the people from the debris. But when he's flailing in slow motion, it just looks terrible. Okay. Here, put on some flannel. It's magic flannel that brings back memories. So I guess his memories are coming back. He's coming back to himself here just by being at home. It's all right. It's not as well defined, but it's kind of like this is better than what they had before, which I was like, why did he? But just putting on the shirt, looking around, and making a few comments, you could see the light coming back into his eyes. The memories, the Clark coming back, and that works. I think it's not overdone. It's one of the few times I say Zach used a little restraint, but good on him. I think it works. I work for him. That's kind of cute. Unwashed flannel. I know, man. Does it every time. What do you mean you don't know? You're underneath that house that he lives in. Of course you have the cups. Maybe that's just been the two of them for so long he didn't bother to get more. He harvested the radiation. How do you do that? Unity. That'd be funny if he got into the Unity box and he met Rick James. Unity! I'm Rick James. Aquaman is so dumb. Tell that to his face. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I don't know what she's arguing here. It's like, if we don't go in, if I don't do this, we all die. So Maybe I die and save the world, or we all die and don't save the world. Yeah, freaking Flash here has to have the actual voice of reason. Hey, if he wants to go in the doom boxes and save the world, put him in the fucking doom boxes. He's never fought us. I still like Infinity War when Thor said basically the same thing. He never fought us. Yeah, he has. Well, he's never fought me twice. Yeah, actually, he has fought you. He kicked your asses. Flooded out not united. You were all there. You don't know if Superman's coming or not. Really, without Superman... If you build it, he will come. What? I can't reference other movies for no discernible reason? She lost the farm. When did she plant the corn? Maybe it's a perennial. I don't know enough about farming. No, he just fought Zeus, Ares, Artemis, the Amazons, the Atlanteans, etc. by the thousands. Well, he fought them all together underneath, too. But now he couldn't beat those, but 6. No problem. We've upgraded since then. We got a Kryptonian now. It's like having a Hulk, but better. I do like this that she called his mom and she comes running. And I don't know. Diane Lane's good, and this works for me. It just really works for me. The bank planted the corn, which is why they didn't want to sell the property. Yeah, that's what happened. The savings and loan and crops. Zod addressed him as Kal-El on TV and Man of Steel, so maybe she just put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, that would make sense. I'm hugging my ladies. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was probably common knowledge that his name was Kal-El of Krypton. But the S, just kind of by shorthand, people just called him Superman. I mean, we still call our mini tablet computers with access to a large network a phone. I like this much better as a way to show Aquaman's humanization. Much more dignified than him sitting on her lasso and having a big comedic bit. This works better. You've seen Man of Steel and BVS so many times that I pretty much know every second of them. Well, I do feel sorry for you then, Matt. I feel very sorry for you. But if they're bringing joy to you, that's great. But, I don't like those movies. Amy Adams is good, yeah. She's good. Cool. It's a air whale. One thing I'm not too certain on. I actually think Batfleck was more Batman in Batman v Superman than he is here. He's way too optimistic, and when he's talking about things like faith and everything, I mean, it just they something went wrong with him being Batman. The action is fine, but his demeanor is too sunny. That's just in this movie. Boom. Did you hear that? Why, that sounds like 3 mother boxes coming together. Really? It couldn't have been just an explosion somewhere? Okay. Well, RPC, it depends on how much you've been drinking. I actually have not been drinking because it's the mid-afternoon here. I do plan to catch up later tonight, and I've got I'm really behind on my videos because I've had a number of things happen lately. Wife had surgery. I had to take a trip to Florida. It's just been a nightmare. So I'm hoping to finish up a part 2 of my Bond. Batfleck walking around in the suit without the cowl annoys you. I can... Yeah, you're right. Because, I mean... He's got the helmet on more than he doesn't. Where are you guys? Are you guys over across the pond? You say pints, I'm assuming. Matthew. I have a plan. Yikes. That is a lot of wall vaginas. Seriously, what is it with the way Snyder designs the Kryptonian stuff? That is clearly a set of wall vaginas. And if you remember, when Zod and his group got sent to the Phantom Zone, they put him in a bunch of rocket penises. So rocket penises and wall vaginas. I don't get it. That's a clear choice. Come on, tell me that isn't a wall vagina. So, okay, here's something I have a problem with. And I'm probably going to be the only one. Why is he in a black suit? So I'm pretty familiar with the the original story of the death and return of Superman, the one from the 1990s. And you had 4 other Superman. One of them was the Eradicator. One of them was the cyborg Superman. None of them were the real Superman. He was in a Kryptonian rejuvenation chamber. And the reason why he was in the black suit is because it was a special thing to help him rejuvenate. So when he came out, that's why he had the black suit with the silver S. It's the only reason why. So Mongol destroys Coast City. And that's Green Lantern's stopping place. Just completely wipes out the city. And Superman, the Man of Steel, John Henry Irons, Superboy, and the Eradicator go and try to stop him. Eradicator thought he was Superman, and then he's some sort of Kryptonian intelligence that's designed to save Krypton. Long story short, the cyborg Superman was the bad guy. He had a big chunk of kryptonite there. They fought their way to him. He releases the kryptonite, just drains the entire rock down to nothing in a gas. And the Eradicator steps in front of it to save Superman. And the stuff going through the Eradicator changes and restores Superman to full strength. At that point, he doesn't need the black suit anymore. And in fact, Supergirl, who was there with him, not the Supergirl, but long story there, she had powers to change things molecularly. She rearranged all the tatters to a normal suit, the red and blues and everything. He didn't wear it because it was a fashion statement. He wore it because there was a reason. Here, he's wearing it because everybody goes, I remember the black suit. A black suit. Fanboy. Yay, black suit. It makes no sense. I don't know the point of him putting on the black suit, especially when he had the blue and the reds there. So one thing I will say, I think Joss had right, was giving him the regular suit. He's not Batman. He doesn't need to be black like that. And the only reason he had it in the comics was because he wasn't at full power. He just died. And it took him like 6 months or something just to come back to a point where he was conscious, let alone having any powers or anything. And he only got back the powers because of this weird thing that happened with Kryptonite and the Eradicator. So I don't like the black suit in here. That's where I'm at. I think it's shameless fan service. Now I do like that he crashes this and not some ultra cool, jump before it hits the building. He jumps out with the Batmobile. He has to actually I'm fucked up. I gotta go get to the Batmobile. Yeah, the Night Owl goggles do drive me nuts. I don't like them either. They're here. Poltergeist Easter egg. Everything's an Easter egg at this point because everybody said everything in every movie. So everything's an Easter egg. Ridiculous. Parademons look pretty good. I haven't really mentioned them yet, but I gotta admit, they look okay. They look about what I would expect. Oh, yeah, and I know the Batmobile gets effed up here and he has to get a new one, but boy, I hated what they did at the end. It doesn't really mean that much, but it just drives me nuts. So I thought this was interesting because it's more of an assault on it's a capture the flag or capture the base kind of thing. Why is Batman using his voice modulator when everybody knows it's Bruce Wayne? I think it's a part of the costume at this point, so taking it out would be more trouble than it's worth. It's the night owl glasses that need to go. I mean, they do make sense. In this situation, you probably want some eye protection. Here I'm bitching that he's doing something that makes sense and I don't like it. And then I bitch about things that don't make sense. There's just no pleasing me. Would you like a smoke and a pancake? Spin that baby. Oh, I did forget about that. I dug that. Slam his ass into a spike. He's dripping blood. Nice. Is he? He looks like he has to take a piss. Open it up, and the way his hands are, it looked like, I gotta pee. And then we have more of the Wonder Woman. Oh, shut up. Now, funnily enough, this is almost a Joss Whedon moment. Them all together, working as one. That's a Joss Whedon moment, and yet that wasn't in the Joss Whedon cut. Bizarre. He's out of his mind. You just kicked off the guy who was actually keeping you afloat. Yeah, Matt, I will agree with you. He does improve. The Flash does improve over the course of this film. The biggest problem is that it's Ezra Miller, and I just find him grating. If it was somebody else, it might have worked better. I don't know who. I don't have anybody in particular in mind, but it would have worked better. Boy, she just appears where she needs to, doesn't she? Still, all of this is like, okay, I get what they're doing. I'm following it. They're all trying to get to this tower. He's having to go through buildings. He's getting closer and closer. The action, I can follow it better than I could in the other one. What's happening, how he's getting to where he's getting, and why. Oh, it's 10 times better than it was in the theatrical cut. Everything is like, okay, as they get closer and they do things, the geography, I'm not like going, what's happening? I'm not having that. So that's good. Yeah, that running is bad. It is bad. Here's Batman, just open up. That gun wasn't big enough. I need a bigger gun. I love guns. I'm Batman. And I love guns. How does he know how to... I mean... I'm not saying that they're necessarily the hardest things to figure out, but he just masters this alien shit really quick. And I find it very odd that alien thing would have an LED on it that would have English numbers on it. But like I said, I'm an asshole. Master Kent. Say the black suit, I don't like it. For one, the black suit shouldn't have a cape. That's part of the problem. It should have, a little bit more silver and chrome to it. If you're going to do the black suit, do it right. But they didn't do it right. They did it very poorly. And I don't like it. Was Aquaman's eyes that weird blue-white in the movie? I don't recall them being that bright. I wish Superman had a Kryptonian battle suit. Now, if he's got his powers, I'd rather he just be in the blue and reds. I'm still butthurt they doesn't have red undies. I'm sorry, no red undies, no Superman. Oh God, this is getting comical now. This music, it's getting comical every single time. Hey, you know what? The score is better in general. In general, the score is better. I like the music better. It's not this weird mishmash with that Danny Elfman. I don't know. It just didn't work. This works better. It feels more in line with the other movies. Except for that Wonder Woman garbage. Behind you. Love those extra arms. I don't care. I like them. Yeah. See, I was trying to remember. See, like, no blue undies, no Batman. Well, Batman's had a lot of different suits, and he can kind of gray with the darker undies and that kind of stuff. But I don't feel like. See, the problem is that his suit is all very similar color palette all the way down. So whether he has the blue undies or doesn't have the blue undies, it doesn't really matter as much. But the red and the blue are a huge contrast. And the red breaks up the blue. Without it, it's too much blue. It's just blue all the way down. It doesn't look like Superman anymore. So that's the problem is that red and blue are an enormous contrast that gray and dark blue or black just aren't. So yeah, it's a preference, but I can, like, he's got the gray suit and the black cape. And it still works. You don't feel like you're not looking at Batman. And also, given how many damn suits he's had, his suit isn't nearly as iconic or sacrosanct as Superman's is. It's just Superman is got a different. He's got a different look, and it's kind of like Indiana Jones without the hat and the jacket. He's got to have the hat and the jacket, or else he's not really Indiana Jones. Even though, he takes it off here and there. It's kind of his thing. They do make him properly powerful here, though. That's good. I don't know if you guys watch much of the DC animated universe, but one of the best moments I think in the entire Justice League is the I guess the second to last episode where Darkseid and him throw down and Superman says, I always feel like I'm in a world of paper. Like I have to hold myself back or else someone could die. But you can take it, can't you, big man? And then he just unloads. And it's like sonic booms come out and glass breaks. And he gets, sent to South America. It's fucking awesome. In general terms, how do I feel about Affleck as the Bat? I actually liked him better in BVS than I do here. I think he's fine. I don't think that he's the problem. I think it's the writing, the tone, the nature of the Zach Snyder verse that hurts these guys more than anything. Victor's good. Cyborg's good. Wonder Woman's good. Superman is not. I don't like him in this. It's not Henry Cavill problem. It's a tone problem. The Flash is a guy who improves as time goes on. And I like that he doesn't have, like here, he says, I just got the wind knocked out of me. And he knows he can heal. But he's trying his best. And so, I mean, looking at all the characters, if you're asking me, Ben Affleck is the Batman. It's 80% there. How about that? I like him much better than George Clooney or Val Kilmer. Not sure I like him more than Michael Keaton. I still think Christian Bale has been the best movie Batman so far, but I don't know that anybody... I'll tell you the truth. The best Batman in my mind is still DC Animated Universe. The voice, the look, the tone, everything, perfect. The Batman the Animated Series, I don't think they've ever done better. And for some reason, we can't seem to quite replicate that in the DC EU. Now, I will say that I think that the MCU has made the best version of Marvel. Much like the DC animated universe made the best version of DC, in my opinion. Most of the Marvel animated stuff isn't very good. I don't really like it. So, there you go. Now, I did like this. And I did like this because I felt like they did a good job of giving everybody a moment here for the most part. Flash's moment is to save everybody by running back in time. Victor's moment is by saving everybody by separating the mother boxes. Superman's moment is just keeping Steppenwolf off their back. Batman's moment is, bringing everybody together and making the plan. Aquaman's is probably stabbing Steppenwolf, and Wonder Woman's is probably cutting his head off. So they all get their moment to shine in this at the end, whereas that wasn't. You did feel like in the theatrical version, it was they did the best they could until Superman got there, with Cyborg helping a little. But I'm not even sure if he was necessary in that, because he didn't jump into the boxes and have to re-separate them like he needed Superman's help. But yeah, this going back in time and watching, he's not you could kind of say this is similar to the Earth spinning back. Is he actually remaking the Earth? No, he's running back in time, and the more he runs back in time, the more things come back together the way they were before the explosion happened. So I don't know. It's a similar visual nod to that, I suppose. Maybe. Ugh. Must have been something to tear Superman apart like that. Guys, we still got 30 minutes of this shit. This was interesting. Like they show the nightmare all around him, but then they show them say we could be together. It's like in this fucked up mess. Is this your idea of? This doesn't look like much fun. Oh boy. You're a little broken. I don't know why. I get the impression of the mother boxes are like the Stygian witches. I don't know why. Just something. For some reason, that's what came. I never thought of the mother boxes as evil. I don't think they were in the main DC universe. And seem to be here. There we go. Right in the back. My hero. Oh, shut up. Time to switch to whiskey. The fam is out of town this weekend. I need to make it to the end. You do what you gotta do, man. It's only 2:40 p.m. here. Off with his head. See, this I'm mixed on this one. I don't have a problem with him getting killed, but in the Wonder Woman movie, she was so much about trying to save man and not kill and everything. Maybe it isn't the same because it is one of the new gods, but I don't know. Also, Desaad is not sniveling enough. He needs to be much more sniveling. The mother boxes have been destroyed. Okay. See, I mean, most of the new gods looked human, but Desaad doesn't, and Steppenwolf doesn't. But then Granny Goodness looks pretty human. I don't know. The character designs are baffling to me. I don't hate them as far as designs go, but as far as what's canon and everything and why the choices that they made, it's a little bizarre. So, yeah, see, I mean, when you have Batman and Superman next to each other, or the Trinity, but Batman's or Superman's in black, it really, I don't know, it just throws off the whole aesthetic to me. Hey, it's me. I think the Wonder Woman movie version of her is closer to Whedon's version. Maybe. Of course, Whedon put her on the floor and put the Flash on top of her for no discernible reason. He's got a thing about having women pinned under men, apparently. Take off the goggles. Take them off. Oh, boy. Darkseid has a long way to walk there. Yeah, that is the old ways, isn't it? I don't think he meant that old. The why you can't boom tube everybody there, like right now. I know they have that. Just give them some time to pose. Okay, so now we got about, I don't know how long the credits are, so I will say, I know that it says that there's 27 minutes left, but I think probably 15 of it is credits. All right, that seems, can he do that? Yeah, Whedon is sick. I like the fact that Godot refused to film that scene. Yeah, no, there's a definitely a stunt double or something. It doesn't make sense. And I'll take you out. Oh God, I'm quoting Bill Cosby. My apologies. So, okay. Yeah, he's still a bit wet in this. Yeah, there's just something not right. Who stands side by side like that on a ledge for no reason? Superheroes do. Come on, where you been? Oh, you put 2 cages in my truck. I guess I'll give you a ride. Also, you look like you could snap me in half. I think Momoa could snap him in half. Not even without. He doesn't even have to have the Aquaman powers. Definitely a lot less red in that hair. I think it looks much better than that glowing cranberry she had. Okay, Ryan Choi. Yeah, you already told us his name earlier. We know. He's the Atom. We got it. Got it. Thank you. The ship of wall vaginas. I must find out what those wall vaginas are all about. So is this supposed to be Wayne Manor? Or did he just buy a place? Because he looks like he's never been here before. Where are the singing girls? Give them time. God help us. Actually, there'll be no more, Ben. You're out. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Here we go. Slamming paper against glass again. This is twice. Granted, he had to do it this time. It makes more sense this time, but clearly it's a thing that Snyder thinks is cool. Oh, now you've got the job and the thing that you're going to college with, so you can continue doing it now. Okay. I do like Silas making the background narration, but I bought the bank. Why did you buy the bank? Just buy the fucking farm. Was there something wrong with the house that they have got construction people out there? I bought the bank. Oh, that's funny. Stupid, but funny. Everybody's dead. Okay, taking off your clothes in front of a gravestone feels odd. Don't do that ever again. Don't ever do that again. The score can't be worse with Eleanor, the one-trick pony. Yeah. I'll be there in a second. I've just got some more posing. Okay. Fuck this. Fuck that Batmobile. Get off the Dark Knight Returns. You're not doing the Dark Knight Returns. Fuck you, Snyder. I don't want to see that. It was not necessary. It was dumb. That's what I was talking about. I said, I know he lost the Batmobile. I had to get a new one. He didn't have to make it. Fuck you. And this looks stupid. I don't like this. Open your eyes. You're going to run into something. I'd take it all back if he actually ran into a pole, like just both his arms and legs out on each side of the pole. His face all smashed into it. I could have dealt with the black suit if here he'd gone back to the red and blues. If he pulled open in the red and blues, but he's still wearing the black. So I'm not into it. And quite frankly, this is where the movie should have ended. Should have been done. All of this afterwards is unnecessary. And it only is saying, hey, we put this in here for the Justice League movie we were going to make, but now we never will. So this is fluff. And stupid. I don't like it. The score can't be worse than Elfman's. That bloke is a one-trick pony. Yep. He can't do The Dark Knight Returns because he rated it for BVS. That's true. But he will try. Hey, we made the same movie twice. Anything can happen. Seems a bit much. It's weird that Superman is wearing the red and blue suit in the nightmare sequence in BVS. Yeah, that's true. Why is he switched back? Are we saying that the Superman, traditional Superman we know and love, is actually a soon-to-be murderer? Never say never again. It really depends on how much watching they get on this thing. If they get a lot of people and they get a lot of subscriptions on this HBO Max, anything can happen, but Matt, I think you're several behind me, aren't you? That's okay. DC animated in that scene, yes. That is an awesome scene. I do like this version of Eisenberg's Luthor than from the Justice League or from BVS. He almost pulls it off. He just... It works. This works better. Whether or not, I don't know. I mean, it's... Lex is off the cocaine. Yeah. He seems more focused, more, yeah, he's not, shoving Jolly Ranchers in Deathstroke's mouth, thank God. He's dressed to the nines. He looks like he should. Now we get into this whole thing. I honestly, I didn't like any of this. I'm sorry I didn't. I found it to be pretentious, and part of it is I don't like Leto as the Joker at all. While he looked better in this than he did in Suicide Squad, this whole thing is just, I don't know. I mean, we saw him when he got captured. But if he got captured then and got killed then, is this before then? And if it's before then, well, we saw him land and he didn't have everybody with him. I don't know. I don't know if it's just different time. The Joker mentions that there's different timelines going on here, so maybe that has something to do with it, but I don't know. I just feel like this is just this would be better served as a deleted scene that they could give us to say, hey, this is what would have happened, what we would have put for the sequel that would have came, but since it's not coming, we won't include it as part of the movie. Even if you made it a post-credits thing or something, but I mean, we already know the Flash can run back in time, so what's he standing around for? Just run back in time. Just go. Stop standing there. Go. You already know it's because Lois died. Go save her. What are you waiting for? Don't sit there and listen to the Joker prattle on. Then they waste about 10 minutes of Leto just baiting Affleck, and it's like, this whole thing is pointless to me. It's pointless. Be very careful. I don't care. This is one of those where Leto is trying to be full on Joker, and it doesn't work. This feels fan film to me. That's what this feels like. He's that bad as the Joker. What's with the slight southern accent? No, why does he need you? This is nails on chalkboard. Honest to God, that's how I feel about this. Nails on chalkboard. I think the whole movie is decent, and then you end with this, and it just puts a bad taste in your mouth for everything you just saw. So did everything we do, was it pointless? Everything that just happened, was it all pointless? Was bringing back Superman a good idea or a bad idea? And his laugh. Ugh. Oh, shit. Just kill him. What? This weird out of focus thing with the card until he... Harley Quinn is apparently dead. I mean, then Superman comes down. I know he hasn't yet. They've taken the card and all that, but he comes down. Now, we just watched him stand there in the ship with both his father's voices ringing in his ears. You could be hope. You could be, you'll be a beacon to the world and blah, 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 blah. Unless your girlfriend dies, then you can burn the whole fucker to a cinder. Ugh. Hate him. Hate him. Live action, still Heath Ledger. In all mediums, Mark Hamill. Okay. So here he comes. I mean, we already saw that he can basically take them all out in about 5 seconds. What's he going to use, a gun? All of you guys know none of that shit will work unless you have kryptonite on you or something. I don't like it. Don't like any of that. It makes no sense. It makes Superman look like a complete unhinged asshole who could go nuts at any moment. I mean, I'm not saying the guys don't go a little nuts when they lose their family. Done great stories on it. The Punisher and things like that. Great characters. But Superman is not one of those characters. He's not. And you can't make him into that. I know we've had what if stories and things like that, but it's just doesn't work. And then a Martian shows up. He's like, yep. You need me to sign something? Yeah, definitely a significant lack of logic, and it's a tease for something that won't happen, and that's not good. Mr. X, black suit is healing suit. He's still healing. He's not still healing. Bullshit. He's plenty healed. Okay. And so that's the end, right? The end of the Justice League is the Martian Manhunter flying off, who we've never seen in this entire movie, except when he pretended to be Clark's mom in a very odd choice. And that's it. Yeah, why wouldn't he say John Jones? I agree. For autumn. Okay, so that leaves about 8.5 minutes of credits. And I'm going to stop this and close it out. So, in general, is it if I had to give it a star rating, I'd give it still about a 3 out of 5. I give it a 60%. I still think that it's, well, for one, part of the problem is the length. It's too long. It's way too long. Is it an improvement over BVS and Man of Steel as well as the theatrical version? It's an improvement over all of those. I think it's got definite... I think the issues that it's got are plot issues here and there, but those are all smoothed out much better. There are enough things that I have trouble getting invested in the characters because the characters are still really bland. They're just not. I'm having trouble getting emotionally invested with any of them. I mean, some of them are okay. But it's the same problem I had with Man of Steel and BVS is the way Zach Snyder, he's too self-serious about this whole thing. Now, in Justice League, when Joss Whedon came in, he put in too many jokes that were inappropriate or didn't work. I didn't like that either. There's a difference between humorous and silly, and that had too much silly in it. This didn't have nearly enough humor, but it had at least a few moments. But a lot of it was, a lot of it's cringy thanks to Ezra Miller. Though again, he does a better job in working his way through it. So, action flows better, the plot flows better. Things that happen. There are some things that do make more sense. I like the Amazon attack where where she dumps the whole building into the sea. I love that. I mean, things like that I really enjoyed. I think they did a great job. But other things, it's kind of like, what? Why did you or they didn't fix anything? I mean, if you got $70 million and you were able to do reshoots, why didn't you fix a few things here and there that don't make sense? Why does Amber Heard have an English accent? Why are you explaining everything we already know in Aquaman? You don't need to do it again. I understand it would have been there, but I mean, if you really want to make this a definitive cut, then you don't need the nightmare scenario. You don't need some of these things. So then it's like I said, it's an improvement. It's not great. I would rather watch Infinity War and Endgame back to back. It's about the same amount of time, maybe a little bit longer. But I think that Marvel has done a much better job of getting you to invest in the humanity of the characters. And while this one does bring out their humanity better, it's too little too late in a lot of ways. And I have trouble putting my finger on some of it. And, you've heard me make the comments as we go, or some of the things that just kind of irritate me. But most of all, it's just Zack Snyder just doesn't do as good a job in... He's too much about the presentation. He's too much about making things look cool. And there's times where things just look cool for the sake of looking cool, where you're going, why are they doing that? That would be time better spent in getting you emotionally invested. I will admit, I did get emotionally invested in Silas and Victor. I think those two, that was done much better, and I followed his story much better. I didn't care about Superman coming back to life and getting with Lois. I didn't care. I didn't. Wonder Woman really had no arc in this. I mean, she doesn't do any. She has. You could say that it was clumsy and stupid, where Affleck questions her on getting out of the world and still being hung up on Steve Trevor. But at least it was something rather than nothing. I mean, what? She was there to provide exposition about what's happening and to get the arrow and to be a heavyweight when they needed her. But she had less going on in this one than she did in her own movie or even in the first Justice League, which is kind of a shame. Batfleck, he's better in this one. His motivations seem a little bit more urgent. He's not still hanging around Gotham taking out criminals and stuff like that. He's trying to bring the people together. He's driven by his guilt of losing Superman, and I think that is a good motivations for him, and I appreciate that he's trying to make things better, bring the people together, and even, the minute he can bring back Superman, he does it, regardless of possibly the consequences that could happen. He knows that the world is better with Superman than without him. Nightmare scenario aside, it's still better that he's there. So overall, I think Batman is improved in this one, but I don't know about whether or not, in order to make the character better, they had to make him less Batman. That's really what happened. He was a better character in this one than he was in the Justice League or in BVS, but he's now a little less Batman. And I'm not talking about the superficial stuff of how he fights. He's got a grappling hook and all that kind of stuff. That's all fine. It's just his demeanor and his, when he says, "I have faith, Alfred," and things like that. It's better within the confines of this movie, but it's not as Batman-y, if that makes any sense at all. So I kind of disagree with that side of it. But I also kind of agree with it. I guess it kind of depends on whether or not you see this as does this meet your expectations of what you think these characters should be, or does it meet the expectations of what you think a good movie and engaging characters should be? If you're like Marvel, you do both. Quite frankly, you do both. I mean, we could argue about whether or not individual movies and stuff are good in Marvel, but in general, they do a good job of getting the essence of the characters and getting you emotionally engaged. I have fun with those movies. They're not the deepest things in the world, but I have fun, and I do care about the characters, and that's good enough for me. With this, I don't get as emotionally involved with these characters. I did get emotionally involved with Wonder Woman in her movie, but they ruined all that with Wonder Woman 84, and they didn't do her any favors in this one. Cyborg is good. Aquaman is better because they don't make him such comic relief, but he isn't given enough to do in a lot of ways. I did like his little moment with Flash where he says, it's not fair to Victor and everything. So I mean, that's nice, but really his story is in Aquaman, and they try to shove some of that into here, and they didn't need to. So really, he's kind of a flatline for me. Flash, his story is good. He just badly miscast. I think that's really what it is for me. I think he's actually got a story and an arc, and it's pretty good, but he's badly miscast. We needed somebody else, and I probably would have cared more. And Superman, I didn't care about it. I think that covers everybody. Martian Manhunter, that was just pointless. Steppenwolf, much better, much improved. I actually have more sympathy for him as a guy who was kicked out and is trying to get back into the good graces of Darkseid, and that he has a motivation that makes more sense than I'm evil and I want to be evil. So I like that. And I like I've talked about my thoughts on Darkseid. The look and everything is fine. The mannerisms and the way he acts, it doesn't work for me. But he's in the movie so little, so he wasn't really a main villain. He was the Emperor in Star Wars or in Empire Strikes Back. You know, you don't really get to meet him until the final movie, of which we will probably never get. Overstuffed, too long, but improved. So I think that's my final word on it. So let's see. I'm going to go through some of these chats here before I wrap it up. Lex is off the cocaine, thank goodness. Leto is awful as Joker. KW, hey. We agreed that Leto is horrible. Yeah, he's just... Again, that's a big part of... That's probably a part of the problem with some of these DCU movies, is some of it is miscast. Pitiful, reach around so bad. Yeah, I mean, it's a gay joke, I guess. I don't know. Joker is not really... There's one thing Joker isn't. As psychotic and weird as he is not sexualized. He's almost asexual. I know he had Harley as a girlfriend and everything, but it was more about having somebody fun that he could have power over. I don't think it was ever sexual with him. Why would somebody use Joker as an exposition dump? I don't know. I mean, I that could work. You could use Joker as an exposition dump if you had the right actor doing it, but Leto's just terrible. Significant lack of human logic in this entire thing. I agree. Why would he introduce himself as a Martian Manhunter? Yeah, I assumed he was going to say, I'm John Jones. You can call me John Jones or whatever. And it's just some call me the Martian Manhunter or something like that, but that his name was John Jones. But he didn't even... I was like, wait, what? It was bizarre. Mr. Piccolo Manhunter. Okay. Be honest. 4 hours too long. I don't know, 4 hours too long, but it was certainly an hour and a half too long. I think 2.5 hours would have been good. Thanks for engaging in this endurance test, DY. Well, you guys went with me, so I appreciate it. I appreciate you watching. Zack Snyder is all comic book panel art and no writing. Yeah, I agree. I think there's too many times. This is better. This is the best Zack Snyder superhero movie that he's made. I guess that's damning with faint praise, but the truth is, he's too much about the presentation and style than he is about the motivations and the characters and that sort of thing. And he had some help with the writing. I think if you give him the right script, 300 is great because it's based off of Frank Miller's comic, and that comic is all about style, and the script is good enough, but it's all about style. So he's perfect for something like 300. But for something that needs a little bit more depth, he's too, I mean, he's better than Michael Bay, I suppose, but I say he's better than Michael Bay. I mean, Michael Bay or Justin Lin with the Fast and Furious, you know what you're getting. He actually tries to be more arty and important than he actually is. I mean, you're making a fucking superhero movie. Just, make us care about them. It's not that hard. They've been doing it in 10-cent comic books for 80 years now, 90 years almost. Come on. Godot's narration on the old God War sequence was horrible. I don't know. It was fine. I didn't see that. It meets neither for you, RPC. I'm assuming it means, do you want it to be like the comic, or do you want it to be a good movie? And you're saying it means neither for you. I mean, that's fair. I see a lot of, I love it, I love it, I love it. And I'm going, personally, I thought it was going to be terrible. I thought it was going to be BVS levels of terrible, and it wasn't. It's not that bad. It is definitely the best of the three. I'll give them that. I mean, I got to be honest. It's not that bad, but it's still there's a tonal and atmospheric and design choices and things like that. It just don't work for me. And then there's, at least this one, the plot held together a lot better. And I guess that's probably what made the improvements that made me overlook some things that maybe I will be a hell of a lot more angry about. Although I'm still going to question wall vaginas. I'm sorry. I'm a big DC fan and Snyder fan, but I have to admit this film is a little too much fan service. Yes and no. I find it interesting that he took out the fan service for the music cues of the old Superman and Batman movies. I find that weird. And I'm never going to stop being irritated by the Wonder Woman wailing female singing music. It's just, that is so awful. It is almost like Naked Gun levels of parody. That's how I feel about it. It's a bizarre choice that just doesn't work. And 300 is true the source material. Yeah, the source material is all style. It's all, I mean, it's garbage, but it's fun garbage. And Snyder pulled it off pitch perfect. I mean, it's almost frame for frame the way those comic panels are. And all he had to do was just do that. And then he threw in some extra stuff with Lena Headley, and it wasn't necessary, but that's all he had to do, and he did it. And that's fine. So it's, I mean, that kind of tells you all you need to know about Zach Snyder, doesn't it? It really does. How can wall vagina ships fly with all those holes? I don't know. Maybe they're atmospheric only. I don't know. You got dick rockets and vagina walls. It's bizarre. That is a design choice, and everybody recognized the flying dicks in Man of Steel. That Zod and everybody got encased in. They were flying dicks. And then you get to the ship, and those are clearly vaginas. I'm like, oh, what is it with you and Krypton and all these genital references? I don't get it. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm a horrible person. So I think after 4 hours and 13 minutes, according to the live stream, or somewhere around there, probably closer to 4 hours and 15 minutes, we have come to the end of a very long watch party. But if you guys liked it, if you enjoyed it, I will put this up as an audio only. I'll leave, of course, the stream up, but I will put up an audio only, and you can run it in your headphones. And if you ever want to watch it as a commentary, knock yourself out. So thanks very much for everyone being here. Thanks for being a part of this. And KW, Dick Rockets. Watch Man of Steel, the very beginning, when they encase Zod into those rockets that fly him over to the ship that goes to the Phantom Zone. They look like penises. I'm sorry, they do. So thanks for being here, Matt, KW, RPC, Mr. X, and I think that's everybody. Yep. So I think Miguel was here for a second too. So thank you very much. If you like what you saw, you want to see more, hit us up at www.lastmovieoutpost.com. Leave a comment underneath. We need all those. Please like, share, subscribe. We need all we can get. And look forward to having more videos coming out. Things go well tomorrow. I hope to have one out by tomorrow night. If not, sometime this week. So take care, and I will see you all in the next stream. sometime this week. So